When Chun Xiang walked down, he revealed his appearance. This was because HELL Devil Emperor and God of Fortune had long seen through his tai, so there was no need for him to hide anything. When Chun Xiang walked down, he revealed his appearance. This was because HELL Devil Emperor and God of Fortune had long seen through his tai, so there was no need for him to hide anything. This brat is Chun Xiang. Even the God of Fortune had lost a lot of money to him. To be able to master the heavenly alchemy, I wonder how good his alchemy skills are. Isn't heavenly alchemy mainly used for battles? It might not be able to be used to refine pills. He should be a true now he is not strong enough. Yao Shuang was also shocked. She did not know that the brat who had entered the arena with her was Chun Xiang, who had a deep grudge with the HELL Devil Emperor. I've heard a lot about you. Yao Shuang smiled at Chun Xiang. This is not a good name. Chun Xiang laughed helplessly. The most eye-catching person, on the other hand, was the old man who walked out from the Wealth Divine Palace area. The white-haired old man was calm and collected as he slowly walked into the arena. However, this old man from the Wealth Divine Palace was a famous Dan Saint Ti, which meant that he was able to refine Shangpin Holy Dan, the heavenly mystery realm's pill saint. He is truly powerful to be able to make such a Dan Saint Ti. Follow him at any time. Look, the Divine Female Palace is also a Dan Saint Ti, If I'm not wrong, then this should be a Rosy Clouds Dan Saint. It's so beautiful. She's a powerful D herself, and she even knows how to refine divine pills. Only the Fire Divine Palace is impressive, sending out 2 Dan Saint Ti, and they are also famous Gemini Pill Saints. The Pill Saints in Fire Divine Palace were a pair of twins. The middle-aged man's appearance put a lot of pressure on them, because right now they were facing 2 very powerful Pill Saints. Chun Xiang looked at the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint in the Divine Female Palace. It was one of the most popular Rosy Clouds Dan Saint in the Dan Saint Ti, because she was a very beautiful woman. For Dan Saint Ti, have already appeared. This should be a contest between Dan Saint Ti, What's the matter with the other alchemist? That's right. Previously, when Devil-Killing Divine Palace was filled with confidence, he could only send some brats to keep up the show. Look at that man in black. He's from HELL Divine Palace. I heard that he's a weird pill saint who uses corpses to concoct pills. That's right. This is the Dan Saint Ti, of the HELL Divine Palace. I have heard of him before. I think his name is the HELL Pill Saint or something. Dan Saint Ti, were existences very close to the D of pills, and with a treasure of many shrines. I will now announce the rules for the victory. It's good that you all are careful. Penalty, Heavenly D suddenly shouted, causing the ground to tremble. Every alchemist chose to refine a kind of holy elixir, one of the lower, middle, or high quality. They have 10 sets of medicinal ingredients, and if they can refine a holy elixir that has the holy elixir's light, they will obtain first place. This was the first time Chun Xiang had heard of such a thing. Excuse me, what is the holy elixir's spiritual light? Chun Xiang asked, only to hear the many alchemists around mocking him and looking at him with contempt. You don't even know about the sacred pills, yet you still dare to compete. That's right. Even though he hasn't reached this level, he still dares to call himself a pill saint. Penalty, Heavenly D's face darkened as he stared at the mocking alchemist, then explained. The holy elixir's spiritual light is the holy elixir you refined. There is a layer of spiritual light surrounding it. This kind of light is equivalent to the holy elixir soul. It can grant the holy elixir a higher quality, a holy elixir with spiritual light. It is 10 times higher quality than the holy elixir with high-quality spiritual light. Qin Xiang never thought that there would actually be a holy pellet in this form. He had never refined one before, so he was not confident that he could refine one now. In order to refine a holy elixir with a spiritual light, it is usually done in the process of condensing the elixir. For example, the pill that is about to condense into many pills will be fused together by force. The one who spoke was divine female palace's rosy clouds Dan Saint. Qin Xiang nodded and sent a grateful look over. Right now, there was no one teaching him all this, so he only knew a little. Even if you knew how to refine it, it's already too late. It's not just a day or two for you to learn how to refine a holy pellet with spiritual light. Even I, who have a pretty good inherent skill, have learned it for almost 1,000 years. One of the 2 pill masters said, there are more than 800 alchemistes, and all of them were alchemists who could refine holy pellets. There were 300 shrines, and each shrine could send 5 alchemistes in. But there were few shrines that sent fewer alchemistes, so there weren't as many as expected. Qin Xiang received 10 batches of dragon blood Saint Dan's medicinal ingredients from an elder in charge of distributing medicinal ingredients. After that, he casually found a seat and took out a pill furnace to sit down. When all the alchemists were ready, the penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D announced loudly that the compet. 1. Tyan had begun. Second brother, it's all your fault. He refused to give him a good pill furnace. Look, the worst pill furnace on the stage is the one he bought for $5. W.A.N.G. jeans. H.A. plus scoffed. This. If he didn't say so earlier, I could have given him a medium-grade divine furnace. Yuan Bai Bing spread his hands. Devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh! D swept his eyes across the other alchemist's pill furnaces, shook his head and sighed. Indeed, his pill furnace is the worst off. Main Heavenly G. Oh, D. You don't have to worry about him. He has never relied on pill furnaces for his pills. Xiao Cho was very confident in Qin Xiang's pill refining skills. He had witnessed it many times. Because the pill furnace was weak, Qin Xiang had to be ridiculed by the other alchemist. The appearance of this pill furnace has affected my mood. As a pill saint, I don't even have a decent pill furnace. I wonder if this kid will be able to concoct such a pill. Even my grandson used mud to knead the pill furnace better than him, haha. Qin Xiang turned a deaf ear to this. He knew that with his own strength, he did not rely on the pill furnace. The pill furnace was only used as support. Just now, when he noticed that the penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D said that he was going to refine a holy elixir, the famous Dan Saint Ts all frowned. It could be seen that refining a holy elixir with a holy elixir with a holy elixir wasn't easy either. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D had also said that the time limit was 10 days. For outstanding pill saints, refining high-quality holy pellets required a longer period of time. Even 10 days was barely enough, let alone refining difficult Lingguang Dan S. Qin Xiang had placed a set of blood ginseng S into the furnace from the start, releasing flames and igniting them. When many alchemists heard about it, they all started to laugh softly. It was only then that Qin Xiang realized that all the alchemists had 5 portions at once. Furthermore, before they refined it, they would take out a jade plate and simple process of refining the medicinal ingredients outside, such as moss. Plussing them, wrapping them up with their divine power, and fusing the 5 portions into one. Refining a holy elixir with spiritual light requires at least 5 batches. And in total there are only 10 batches of medicinal herbs. In other words, if he failed the first time, there will be a second time. But as for this kid, he wouldn't be able to succeed even if he gave 100 batches. Yao Shuang was getting a little anxious and whispered to Qin Xiang, "Where did you learn pill refining?" "I must have taught myself." Qin Xiang answered honestly. Almost all of the pills at the end of the refining process were fished out by him. Yao Shuang was speechless. "Work hard. Don't give yourself too much pressure. I'm still holding on." At this time, in the eyes of many alchemists, Chun Xiang was just like a little kid who had just started learning pill refining. He did not know anything, messed around, and wasted his medicinal ingredients. Isn't it just the Lingguang Dan-S? Back then, I had refined a pill that had a medicinal glow, and it should be around the same. It should be the sacred pill from the peak quality. It's just that the sacred pill is different from the other pills. Chen Xiang was still more relaxed. He did not feel fluid teared just because he did not know how to refine. To him, this was a very good chance to level up. I'll try refining the Lingguang Dan now. Chen Xiang had refined 3 Dragon Blood Saint Dan in a single furnace, but many pill saints had limit of 2. The number of Dragon Blood Saint Dan that came out was very few. So Chen Xiang had to choose, because only pills with a lot of pills would be able to condense spirit light easily, without any external interference. Chen Xiang refined the pill very quickly. Using Tai Chi, he was now a true Ji. And the true divine energy he used was much stronger than the ones before. This Tai Chi refinement was also much stronger than before. For example, in the past when he used Tai Chi to refine pills, people would still be able to see the changes inside. But now when he tried to refine pills, the situation inside the furnace would always be very stable. There would be no movements, and it would be hard to feel. When concocting pills, a lot of Ji power was used up. All of it was for the fire. And after the flames fused with the medicine aura, it would evaporate a lot of the medicine aura along with the heat emitted from the furnace. But now, Chen Xiang had completely overcome this, so his pill furnace was extremely cold without a trace of heat, as though he had not done anything after throwing the ingredients inside. With regards to the pill furnace's internal control, he could be said to have reached the acme of perfection. Even the Dan Saint Tea would find it difficult to compare to him, but they still thought that Chen Xiang had not started to burn the furnace to refine pills. He started concocting pills. Devil-killing heavenly Ji. D looked doubtful. But I can't sense any trace of flame Qi at all. What is this brat doing? My master has already entered the best condition for refining pills. Just wait for him to surprise all of you. When Xiao Chou saw Chen Xiang's current expression, he knew that Chen Xiang was extremely serious. Zhu Chao frowned. This is impossible. I specifically train in fire. Furthermore, I have also integrated with Fire Rule spiritual bead. I can sense the flames inside every single pill furnace below. Only Chen Xiang's flames did not appear. If he's really concocting pills and I can't sense his flames, this only means that the flames he's using have broken through the normal laws of fire and are different from normal flames. Yuan Baibing was a refiner and was primarily made out of flames, but he had never heard of such a thing. Senior brother, what is abnormal flame? Yuan Baibing asked humbly. While abnormal flames, on the other hand, are the opposite. Those are not common fire laws, nor can they even be considered to be flames. However, they possess the special name of flames. The devil-killing heavenly Ji. D said they are the ancient Chuangzhou fire, fire of chaos, fire of life. Although there are a few ways to call them, they are all the same. This would ensure his pill quality. This type of flame, combined with the spirit liquid that he released from the live slain method, would be able to produce a few more medicine aura, allowing the pill quality to be even higher. This would ensure his pill quality. This type of flame, combined with the spirit liquid that he released from the live slain method, would be able to produce a few more medicine aura, allowing the pill quality to be even higher. At this time, all the alchemists were focused on concocting pills. The holy elixir of divine light would usually require 5 batches of medicinal herbs, and only 1 pellet would be produced. This would be a great test to alchemists. To Chen Xiang, refining 1 pellet of every 5 sets of ingredients, no matter how good the quality of the Lingguang Dan was, would be a waste. If he refining 1 pellet every time, then it would have a lot of value. According to what those alchemists said just now, Lingguang Dan's quality was 10 times the best quality, and the prices were also 10 times more expensive. What are these alchemists doing? Are they not going to care about the loss of so many medicine aura? Chen Xiang was shocked, because at this moment the battle arena was shrouded in a strong medicinal fragrance, and all sorts of medicine ora were gathered together. These medicine ora came out from many of the alchemist's pill furnaces. He had to put 5 sets of ingredients in one pill furnace and refine them at the same time. If his control was insufficient, he could only release a few medicine ora to ensure the internal stability of the furnace. In comparison, the few famous Dan St. Tli-S were different, although they would lose quite a few medicine ora S when concocting pills. They did not have that many. Those medicine ora floating high in the sky were all pellets in Qinxiang's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he was currently competing with them, he would have collected all of them and refined them into pellets. I'm about to condense the pill. I'll give it a try. S furnace had already produced 3B, A, L, L, S of energy that were shrinking. Just as the 3B, A, L, L, S of energy were about to condense into a pill, he immediately controlled the 3B, A, L, L, S of air to collide with each other, wanting to fuse them together. However, this was not what he wanted. The violent collisions of the 3 cyclones created an extremely strong explosion. With a loud bang, a dull sound came from the pill furnace. The lid of the pill furnace was blown off, flying high into the air by the violent force from the pill furnace. The defeated dragon blood pill turned into a very thick fog of blood. Like blood, it floated in the air, looking very beautiful and bewitching. It was like a stream floating in the sky. The furnace actually exploded. Although Chen Xiang's furnace had exploded, there were only a few alchemists who mocked him at the moment, because it had not been long since Chen Xiang had refined a blood ginseng to such a degree, and it was already at the stage where he could condense pellets. If it was them, they would not be able to do it either. Furthermore, according to the blood ginseng that came out of the furnace, this level of medicine ora could at least produce 2. For a pill saint who only had the strength of a true D, this was extremely rare. Chun Xiang immediately released his divine power and wrapped the medicine ora up, putting it into the pill furnace. Then he covered it with the lid, placed it back inside the blood ginseng, and continued refining. What is this guy doing? Does he want to use the least amount of medicinal ingredients to refine a Lingguangdan? Before this, he did not seem to have refined any pellets, not even a hint of fire energy or medicine ora leaked out. However, I never expected him to refine the blood ginseng to this extent, and he even used a broken pellet furnace. All of the alchemists present had already seen that Chen Xiang had some skills, but they thought that without a long period of practice, it would be impossible for him to refine a Lingguangdan in such a short period of time. In the instant of the explosion, Chen Xiang sensed that the 3Ma, SES of Qi had produced something. He thought that it was the so-called spirit light. It was just that he could not control it well, so he did not suppress the spirit light that was born, thus the explosion. In the moment of condensing a core, the clumps of qi that are controlling the pill will collide with each other and produce that kind of spiritual light. Chen Xiang increased his speed and refined enough medicine ora to prepare to condense the pellet. This time, there were already 5 cyclones in the furnace. Although he had failed before, he was able to retrieve the medicine ora that had been lost in time and did not cause much damage. The 5 cyclones gradually contracted, and the moment they were about to turn into a pill, he controlled them to collide with each other. The pill furnace shook again, and even louder sounds rang out. Once again, he blew up the furnace, but this time he controlled it well. Even though the furnace had exploded, the lid did not fly up, nor did the medicine ora leave the furnace. Seeing that Chen Xiang had failed once again, many alchemists started to gloat. In their eyes, it was impossible to cultivate a Lingguangdan in such a short period of time. Chen Xiang looked at the interior of the pill furnace and was overjoyed. This is the spirit medicine ora. No wonder we need to refine more of them together. This way, we can produce even more of the spirit medicine ora. Originally, after the blood ginseng refined it, it was blood red in color, but right now, The spiritual energy within the pill furnace carried a faint golden glow, which was the spiritual light. This is enough to produce 2 Lingguangdan. I wonder what would happen if we were to continue our charge. If not for this pill refining compet. 1. Tie-in. Chen Xiang would not have known about the existence of the Lingguangdan so quickly. Following that, Chen Xiang did something that no one could understand. He threw the rest of the blood ginseng into the pill furnace, which also meant that if he failed, there would be no chance for that. With his current strength, refining 8 sets of ingredients in 1 pill furnace was not a difficult thing, and in his opinion, it was a new challenge. He sealed the spiritual energy that he had refined earlier to the side, preventing it from interweaving with the blood, dragon, spiritual energy that had just been refined. After smelting 8 medicinal herbs, he would need to fuse them into a ball. The difficulty was 10 times higher than before, so he had no choice but to slow down. After 5 days had passed, alchemists in the arena had already opened the lid of the pill furnace. Many of the alchemists shook their heads inside because they had not been able to concoct the sacred pill that had the spiritual light. All of these failed midway. Alchemists who did not open the furnace were progressing smoothly and had high hopes of refining the Lingguangdan. Chen Xiang also did not open the lid of the pill furnace. In the past 5 days, his pill furnace had been very problematic because he had controlled it very well and did not release any of his power, so no one knew what happened inside. For those DS in the audience stands, these 5 days weren't too long. They usually cultivated at least for a few years, or even up to 10,000 years. Thus, they were able to patiently wait for the results. It's about to begin. Chen Xiang slowly took a deep breath and prepared to condense the pills. The medicine aura in the furnace had already been evenly divided into 8 big BALLs, and when they were about to condense into a pill, he had to control the air SES and fuse them together as fast as he could so that light would be produced. Fortunately, it's a divine furnace. If it was my old Yanlong furnace, they would definitely have been blown to smithereens. The explosive force of the multiple medicine auras collisions was not something he could suppress with his divine power. It was most likely due to the furnace bearing the majority of the impact. Very quickly, Chen Xiang began to perform a spiritual attack. The 8 cyclones inside the pill furnace shot towards a point like light. The distance and speed were the same, and the air cyclones themselves were in the same state. So as long as the instantaneous impact was fierce enough, it would fuse together and also produce a wave of air. Boom! Chen Xiang's pill furnace released another loud noise, causing all the alchemists to immediately look over. This time it was a big commotion, although there was no qi. The kind of vibration that came from the pill furnace made their hearts jump, as though the furnace would crack and explode at any moment. Chen Xiang was also sweating cold sweat at this moment. Just now, he felt as if the pill furnace had exploded. He didn't know how the other alchemists did it, but they were actually so gentle, unlike him, who would cause such a commotion. Even though he was rough and barbaric when nurturing the spiritual light, the results were very good. The dense spiritual energy in the pill furnace made him extremely happy. I really didn't expect this kind of refinement technique to actually be able to increase the spiritual energy in the air. Furthermore, the quality is very good. This amount should be enough to condense 15 pills. Chen Xiang checked the pill furnace, and after he found that there were no major problems, he released a large amount of divine power to carry out the final steps. Number 2. Is there anything wrong with the pill furnace you gave him? It has already exploded 3 times. W-A-N-G genes. H-I. Plus was curious as to what Chen Xiang was doing. Although it had exploded, Chen Xiang looked as if nothing had happened. Although this pill furnace is poor, it is still very strong. It won't easily break into pieces when refining a low-grade Saint pill. As for anything else, I don't know. Xiao Cho laughed. You guys don't have to worry. My master is a genius at refining pills. He will definitely refine that Lingguangdan. Devil-killing heavenly Ji. Oh, Di and the others did not believe Xiao Chao's words because they had never seen Qinxiang's delay skill in pill refining. Qinxiang had already divided the faint, golden-colored spiritual qi from the blood dragon into 15 parts. Everything was going smoothly. All they needed to do was to condense the pill into a pill. Not good. This Lingguang Dan is not so peaceful when it condenses its core. Qinxiang tried to condense the cyclones into pills, but who knew that it would produce a strong repulsive force? If he wanted to press them together, it would definitely require a very strong force of G, D power, and he had to proceed carefully. Tai Chi Qinxiang released a Taiji array from beneath each ball of air. If he did not do this, it would be impossible for him to continue, because even though he used a very powerful divine force, he still could not continue to compress it. Now that the Taiji array had been restricted, it was still very difficult to continue, but it would take a very long time to suppress them. I have to take my time. Qinxiang heaved a sigh of relief, but the pill furnace started to shake. Oh no, is it about to crack? A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the pill furnace, showing just how powerful the energy produced by the 15 Lingguang Dan was. Seeing Qinxiang's cracked pill furnace, all the alchemists could not help but frown. Although Qinxiang's pill furnace was broken, the low-grade holy pellet should not be able to keep it from bursting from the God-level material. Seeing Qinxiang's cracked pill furnace, all the alchemists could not help but frown. Although Qinxiang's pill furnace was broken, the low-grade holy pellet should not be able to keep it from bursting from the God-level material. Qinxiang's pill furnace was only worth a little bit of divine money, but it was still a divine furnace after all. Only Qinxiang himself knew that it was because of the immense pressure that caused the divine furnace to crack. At that moment, he had no choice but to release more of his divine power to wrap around the furnace, preventing it from leaking any of his qi, or else he would fail. As long as a trace of the pill furnace was leaked, it would be like a broken dike, and the dense spiritual energy inside would rush out like crazy, uncontrollable. It can't be over. Qinxiang began to sweat more and more, suppressing and shrinking the S of air with his divine power as long as he could endure it for a while. Fortunately, he had used magic method furnace before, so he had released a magic method furnace like that from the inside of the divine furnace, just in case. Now, even if he had a magic method furnace, it would still be very difficult to use it for the final condensing of pills, because the pressure brought about by the 15 Lingguang Dan being able to condense a core at the same time was too violent, so he could only endure it bit by bit. The divine furnace began to crack. If there was a better divine furnace, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry about it cracking. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. The divine furnace that he had bought was so powerful that even a medium-grade Saint pill would be able to withstand it. Now that he had refined 15 of these Lingguang Dan together, the pressure produced would be comparable to that of a Shangpin Holy Dan. Even if I have to risk my life, I still have to resist. Qinxiang's current goal was not to win, but rather not to waste these 15 Lingguang Danas that were about to be released. This was also his first time refining a Lingguang Dan, and it looked like he was about to succeed. He couldn't afford to fail no matter what. Qinxiang had a lot of experience dealing with this kind of situation. While supporting himself with each step, the 15 Lingguang Dan were also shrinking and would condense into a pill very soon. However, there were already a lot of cracks on the outside of the pill furnace. What surprised the various deities was that even though the pill furnace was already in such a state of decay, there was still not a single trace of aura that leaked out. This kind of control was extremely terrifying. Those famous Dan Saint T, Tli S were all shocked in their hearts. While Qinxiang was refining the pellet, not a single bit of the medicinal power was lost between heaven and earth. Even though they had already done their best to control it, a lot of it had still been leaked. Qinxiang was currently refining 8 sets of medicinal herbs at the same time. But to be able to do this one could see how terrifying his potential was. The pill furnace is about to break completely, Yuan Baibing said in a low voice. Sure enough, Chen Xiang's pill furnace suddenly turned into powder, and the golden red light suddenly surged out, especially the bright red blood light. Streaks of red light shot out in all directions, causing the entire arena to look like it was enveloped in a blood HL. Although Chen Xiang's pill furnace was broken, there was still a magic method furnace wrapped outside, and the medicine inside still did not leak out. Almost done. Chen Xiang clenched his teeth, oblivious to everything that was happening around him. He did not know that many of the GODs had released their divine powers just now, wanting to pierce through the magic method furnace that was emitting a blinding BLO to white light, but they were all blocked by penalty heavenly G. He doesn't even have a pill furnace, yet he can still continue. Yuan Baibing faced the glaring bloodlight and focused on the nervous Chen Xiang. I saw it. It's 15 pills, and it looks like they're still Linguang Dan-S. He wants to refine 15 of them in one furnace. Devil-killing heavenly G. Oh, D shouted. Those flames are indeed extraordinary. From that ball of red light, Zhu Chao saw the weak silver flame that Chen Xiang had released. The few Dan Saint T. Tlies were all in the arena. They were extremely clear about what was happening with Chen Xiang. The rays of light that they were emitting was very common within the pill furnace, but it was very rare to see it being exposed. 15 pills. Chen Xiang took a deep breath, exhausted his last bit of D power, and formed 15 Linguang Dan. The holy pellet was formed. The outside was surrounded by a golden light. The previous blood light had also disappeared, and 15 Linguang Dan floated in front of Chen Xiang. Seeing the 15 dragon blood Saint Dan-S, the entire compet, Taiyan grounds erupted into cheers and discussions, because this was truly unbelievable. He was faster than all of the alchemists, and he had even refined 15 Linguang Dan. Even those Dan Saint Tlias were only able to refine 1 out of 5 sets of medicinal herbs, and was far inferior to Chen Xiang. The heavenly alchemy really lives up to its name. Divine female palaces, rosy clouds, Dan Saint waved her hand and opened the lid, releasing the medicine aura inside. The outcome had been decided, and there was no need for her to continue. Chen Xiang only smiled lightly at her. He also couldn't tell if his achievements was related to the heavenly alchemy or not. The other Dan Saint Tli, who were previously full of confidence, now had ugly expressions. They were actually defeated by a little kid, and furthermore, that kid had never refined a Linguang Dan before. The alchemistess who had mocked Chen Xiang earlier had long escaped. The strength that Chen Xiang had displayed made even the Emperor DS exclaim in their hearts, especially the few pill DS who were hidden here, all of them asking themselves if they could do the same as Chen Xiang if they had used all their powers. Our devil-killing divine palace got first place. Devil-killing heavenly D let out a hearty laugh, then looked down at the other shrines as if saying, "We have decided to be the first in this compet." Taiyan. Although penalty heavenly D was expressionless, his heart was still shocked by Chen Xiang. He understood Chen Xiang better than him, and he was able to see everything that Chen Xiang did in Divine Prison very clearly. Devil-killing Divine Palace has obtained victory in this compet. Taiyan, adding another point, he is currently ranked first. Penalty heavenly D announced the results loudly. Everyone owed Chen Xiang's terrifying talent in pill refining to the heavenly alchemy. The other DS all now understood why the Devil Emperor did everything in his power to obtain Chen Xiang's heavenly alchemy. If they could obtain it and give it to the alchemist DS, wouldn't they be able to concoct even better divine pellets and gain even more strength? The powers who had enmity with the devil-killing divine palace were now even more worried, because Chen Xiang becoming a pill D would definitely be disadvantageous to them. A divine palace with a pill Oh, D like that as their leader was extremely terrifying, and one had to know a powerful pill G. Oh, D was unable to even be measured with money. Even a G. Oh, D of fortune would have to be respectful to those pill G. Oh, DS. Yao Shuang and Qin Xiang praised Qin Xiang all the way back from the arena. Devil-killing heavenly G. Oh, D was grinning from ear to ear as he patted Qin Xiang's shoulders. The first part of the devil-killing divine palace was taken by Qin Xiang, and he even suppressed the other outstanding Dan Saint Tietli-s of the other halls. This made the devil-killing heavenly God even happier, and he sneered at the other Dan Saint Tietli-s of the Great Hall. The first part of the devil-killing divine palace was taken by Qin Xiang, and he even suppressed the other outstanding Dan Saint Tietli-s of the other halls. This made the devil-killing heavenly G. Oh, D even happier, and he sneered at the other Dan Saint Tietli-s of the Great Hall. Although he was not his disciple, Qin Xiang was still a disciple of his devil-killing divine palace. Even if he were to leave the devil-killing divine palace in the future, he would definitely not sever his relations. HI plus P with the devil-killing divine palace. Don't be too complacent. We only got 1 point. There's still a lot of compet. 1 Tian left. The G. Oh, D of fortune laughed coldly. It seemed like he did not care about it. But seeing that the devil-killing heavenly G. Oh, D had such a great potential, he was jealous. As long as Qin Xiang could become the pill G. Oh, D in the future, he would definitely protect devil-killing divine palace. To the G. Oh, D of fortune, the threat of the devil-killing divine palace would be even greater. Although the relations HI plus P between Wealth Divine Palace and himself was not that bad, it had never been very good. Furthermore, the G. Oh, D of fortune was secretly colluding with the HELL Devil Emperor, causing the latter to be even more unhappy. In the second round of the compet, 1 tie-in, the main point of the compet. 1 tie-in is to quickly refine divine weapons. After the compet, 1 tie-in, there's still a test of the strength of divine weapons. Penalty, heavenly G. Oh, D's voice silenced the entire audience. Qin Xiang and the others looked at Yuan Baibing. Only Yuan Baibing was an expert in smithing, and he relied on smithing to become the wealthier Ward G. Oh, D in the devil-killing divine palace. Little soldier, you must win. If you lose, all of you will be punished. Devil-killing heavenly G. Oh, D laughed sinisterly and looked at Ren Tianyong and the others. If you lose and drag us down with you, don't blame us when the time comes. Rin Tianyong patted Yuan Baibing's shoulder and said, "Do your best." Zhu Chao and the other disciples from the first batch also had grave expressions on their faces because they would also be punished. This gave Yuan Baibing a lot of pressure. If he lost, his junior and junior brothers would definitely be implicated by him, and at that time he would definitely not have a good ending. Yuan Baibing smiled indifferently. "Don't worry, I will definitely get the second score." The arena was already filled with all sorts of refining materials. These were all used to refine divine artifacts, and what kind of divine artifacts were to be forged was also a rule. Each shrine can only send 1 refiner. Let's go up. Penalty, heavenly G. Oh, D shouted. Yuan Baibing walked to the arena. There were a total of 200 refiners with him, and some of the divine halls had given up. It was obvious that they did not want to make a fool of themselves. You will be divided into 2 groups. One group will be refining divine weapons. The other will be refining protective gear, such as armor or HI plus ELDs, and the measure of one's tolerance will be selecting the refiners who will be the fastest in each batch, allowing them to refine their divine weapons and defensive gear to attack each other. If one side is damaged, then one side is defeated. If neither side is damaged, or if both sides are damaged, then there will be no victors in this round's compet. 1 tie-in. The devil-killing heavenly G. Oh, D snorted. This rule is a little deceitful. Everyone, you can begin receiving your materials now. After I announce this, you can begin. You only have 10 days. The refiners all went to get the materials for the refining process. All of them were average quality, only capable of refining slightly decent low-grade divine tools. If the refiners were skilled enough, the divine tools they refined would be comparable to medium-grade weapons. Yuan Baibing was divided into the divine weapon refining group and the attacking group. He took out the furnace and placed the materials inside, although there was a huge difference between refining and refining pills. There were many steps to it. Second brother, what is it that you want to refine? If it were me, I would forge a hammer. The fat fifth brother said, he specializes in making swords and sabers. It seems like he is here to make divine sabers. These materials are enough for him to make a good low-grade divine saber. If he sells it, he can sell it for $30,000 to $40,000. Rin Tianyong said, it's so easy to earn money. It's much faster than refining pills. Chun Xiang exclaimed. He had also heard that good divine tools had a huge market. Zhu Chao said, that is what I said, but it is not easy to sell it. The refining industry is much easier than refining pills, so D equipment are sold everywhere, and if you buy them back, they can be used for a long time. G jeans. I plus nodded his head. In the second brother's shop, there are many things that have been on sale for a long time that cannot be sold. Begin. Penalty, heavenly G. D suddenly shouted, and the refiners immediately released their flames and began smelting the materials. The refining process was the same as the refining process. It was also extremely complicated and required time. In Chen Xiang's eyes, refining pills was much more complicated than refining pills, because in order to memorize a large number of spirit grain, he had to integrate and organize the various combinations of spirit grain, producing a better effect. In addition, there were other areas that required attention, such as the special refining techniques needed to absorb divine power, as well as the control of strength. Chen Xiang had refined them before, but he did not use many spirit grain-s to refine them. If he wanted to refine a divine weapon, it would not be that easy. Previously, when he combined the refining methods with pill refining, it was to draw spirit grain on the pill. Pills were the energy source, and with some special spirit grain, he could release a very strong power. Later on, when he grasped the heavenly alchemy, he did not continue researching in this area. However, he now planned to put in great effort in this aspect. He decided to name this pill Soldier Pill. Like those divine talismans, it had great offensive power and could be used as a weapon in the first round. Refining a divine talisman was difficult and expensive, but Chen Xiang needed these kind of things to protect himself, so he had already made this plan in his mind long ago. After 7 days, Yuan Baibing successfully refined a black divine blade. It looked very ordinary, but it was done in a hurry as long as he could ensure enough strength. Otherwise, as long as there were other blacksmiths who completed it faster than him, he would be punished. The divine weapon refiners all shook their heads and sighed, because they saw that the divine blade in Yuan Baibing's hand was very ordinary. Moreover, the divine weapons they refined themselves were pretty good, but because Yuan Baibing was fast, they didn't have the chance to display it. Therefore, this rule was somewhat tricky. However, it could also be considered a rather harsh test. To refine the strongest divine weapon in the shortest amount of time, one had to have a solid foundation. Very quickly, the batch that was refining the defensive equipment had already come to an end. It was the Wealth Divine Palace's refiner who had refined a golden S, HI plus ELD, and it looked much better than Yuan Baibing's. Now let me test them. Give me the S, HI plus ELD and blade. Penalty heavenly G. D opened up his hands and sucked the blade and SHI plus ELD over, colliding with it in the air. Pung, after AMU, F fled bang. The black blade often pierced through the golden S. HI plus ELD. Devil-killing Divine Palace has obtained victory in this compet. 1 tie-in extra points. After the penalty, heavenly G. O, D announced the results. Yuan Baibing heaved a sigh of relief. The disciples of the devil-killing Divine Palace were the same. The devil-killing Divine Palace was already far ahead of them. The other GODs were all feeling uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do. Although the devil-killing Divine Palace was poor, the disciples they could cultivate were indeed not bad. The devil-killing Divine Palace was already far ahead of them. The other GODs were all feeling uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do. Although the devil-killing Divine Palace was poor, the disciples they could cultivate were indeed not bad. However, the devil-killing heavenly D did not let Yuan Baibing go, but rather let him go. This was his second son. Senior brother is proficient in array Dao. Then refining must also be very powerful. Yuan Baibing was a little surprised. Why did the devil-killing heavenly D not send Zhu Ming up there? Zhu Ming said, I am only proficient in array Dao and do not know anything about artifact forging, so I am not interested in it. Rest assured, I will definitely win. I will definitely not let you guys suffer the punishment. Zhu Ming was the son of the devil-killing heavenly GOD, as well as the mysterious first batch of disciples. He did not have any aura on him, and gave off a very mysterious feeling to others, so they did not know how strong he was. For the devil-killing heavenly GOD to send Zhu Ming out, it meant that he had a very good understanding of Zhu Ming's array Dao techniques. The alchemy, refining, and setting up of arrays were just for show, and in the following matches, they would be the focus of attention. At that time, many disciples would come out to fight, and they would also get many points. As long as you set up a small formation, the main function of the formation is defense. After you set up the formation, place a rock inside, and as long as it is not destroyed, you will be awarded 1 point. The penalty, heavenly GOD said. The devil-killing heavenly GOD was a little dissatisfied and shouted, How can this be? Penalty, heavenly GOD ignored him and announced the start of the compet. 110. There were 2 matches in a row, in which devil-killing Divine Palace obtained first place and the other halls obtained 0 points. That was why he made this decision at the last moment. This BASTARD, devil-killing heavenly GOD was a little angry and snorted. You only have 3 days to set up the formation. When the time comes, I will release a force to attack your formation. As long as the stone in your formation is not destroyed, the shrine you're staying in will receive a point. The penalty, heavenly GOD floated in the air. The array wasn't very large, but if it was too small, it would be difficult to display the full strength of the array. These array masters were currently using their own divine powers to inscribe spirit grayness, and they also needed to construct an energy source, one that was also condensed from their own divine powers. The formation that Zhu Ming had set up was only the size of a wash basin, but compared to the others, the formation that he had set up was extremely small. 3 days pas said in the blink of an eye. There were many people who hadn't prepared well, but after sensing the pressure from the sky, they had no choice but to withdraw from the arena. This power was released by the penalty heavenly GOD, and many of the formation stones below were shattered, leaving only a dozen or so undamaged, showing that these formation arrays were able to withstand trials. Deities' temples that were able to set up these kind of formations were all fairly powerful deities' temples. Of course, Zhu Ming's array formation was one of them. Other than that, there were also HEL Divine Palace S, Fire Divine Palace S, Wealth Divine Palace S, and other deities. In this way, the pill, formation, and equipment were all finished. The following matches would also result in him gaining many points. The next battle is also what everyone is looking forward to the most. The penalty heavenly GOD was also the same because in the battles later on, they could also see the great battle between the GODs, the disciples of many deities Templar. They are divided into 3 levels: Empyrean GOD, Profound GOD, and True GOD. Forget about the GOD of heaven. Even if the Profound D were to fight, the noise would be extremely loud. Seeing that everyone was worried, penalty Heavenly D said, this arena can withstand the attacks of the DS, do not underestimate all divine palaces. Only the junior generation were worried. Those old DS knew how much effort the all-divine palaces had put into building this place. There is a time limit for the compet. 1. Tie in here. If the victor is not decided within the specified time, then the points will not be obtained. It can be considered a tie, and only victory can be scored. First, the Empyrean DS battle. Each temple will send 4 Empyrean DS into the arena to engage in a chaotic battle. This hourglass S is over, and those still lying on the ground will be eliminated. The remaining Empyrean DS will enter the next round. The hourglass S wasn't very large. It probably only lasted for a single meal. It wasn't too long, and very few Empyrean DS would be able to be knocked down in such a short period of time. Empyrean DS were very powerful creatures, after all. Zhu Chao, you husband and wife go. Zhu Ming, Yunling, you two stay here and watch. Devil-killing Heavenly D's face turned serious. This was a huge battle. If he went too far, it would mean that he had the advantage. And at that time, the penalty Heavenly D might even make trouble for him. That hourglass S was too short. It was impossible for so many Empyrean DS to fall in such a short period of time. Chen Xiang had originally thought that a great war between DS would happen, but who knew that only 50 or 60 of them were going to happen? There were 300 deities Templar, and each deity's Templar had 4 spots. However, so few deities were present right now. There was only one Wealth Divine Palace who went there, and many shrines were filled with one D after another. Ren Tianyong observed for a while and was a little confused. WANG Jeans. I plus asked, Master, why did the great temples only send one D? Devil-killing Heavenly D said, because penalty Heavenly D will have other means later. Great chaos is not an ordinary war. Did you see that? Penalty Heavenly D did not float to the sky, which means he will also partic. 1. Peak 8 in the battle later because he is also a that was definitely an upper Heavenly and might even be the kind that was close to becoming a supreme The disciples of the various divine DS were definitely not as powerful as him. It doesn't matter even if you send a little more D over. If both of our devil-killing divine palaces DS resist, then we will have a chance of obtaining 2 points. Yuan Baibing said. Devil-killing Heavenly D said in a low voice, look at the D of heaven that Wealth Divine Palace, Fire Divine Palace, and the War D Shrine have sent out. All of them are the weakest. Wealth Divine Palace did not send out his 4 disciples. It is clear that they do not plan to send anyone else. You might not know about penalty Heavenly D's temperament, but many old D knows. As long as penalty Heavenly D makes a move, nothing will go unscathed, even the disciples of the old D of heaven will find it hard to resist. Zhu Ming was even more confused. Then why did you send Big Brother out? Zhu Chao and his wife are very strong and can block it. You just need to watch. Zhu Chao and Schwanger will definitely be able to block it. Devil-killing Heavenly D was very confident. Chun Xiang was confused. Didn't they say that it was a chaotic battle, and now it looked like the penalty Heavenly D was testing these young DS. It's about to begin. All of you should disperse. Penalty Heavenly D was expressionless. He was currently standing in the middle of the arena, the hourglass. S in his hands was already floating in the air using his divine power. Begin. When penalty Heavenly D shouted, the hourglass S flipped and began to leak its way through. Seeing the attitude of the penalty Heavenly D, it was indeed just as the devil-killing Heavenly D had said. The penalty, Heavenly G, D had also joined the battle. When Zhu Chao and Yao Shuang saw that the penalty, Heavenly G, D's chi was not right, they were shocked and immediately sent a sound transmission to him. At the same time, the penalty, Heavenly G, D had already made his move, and with a roar, streams of purple lightning appeared in the battle arena. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 10 demi-G. DS had been knocked down to the ground, their bodies charred and smoking by the violet lightning. The lightning was in the arena, and the arena was enveloped by the array formation. Chen Xiang was unable to judge how strong the lightning was from the array formation, but he was sure that it was powerful, if not for that the lower GODS would not have died instantly. This penalty, Heavenly G, D is indeed powerful. Is this the strength of the G, D of Heaven in the G, D of Heaven Palace? Are the G, D of Fortune and the Fire G, D so powerful? Chen Xiang saw that the battle arena was filled with lightning and thunder, while half of the G, DS had already fallen. The Great War did not happen, but rather the penalty, Heavenly G, D fought against 70 or so Empyrean Geodes. Originally, Chen Xiang thought that the time inside the hourglass, S was too short, but at this moment it was extremely difficult for Zhu Chao and the others to endure. Penalty, Heavenly G, D is still the same as always. I wanted to abuse these juniors a bit, but that old devil slayer didn't let his wits go, and actually let his son suffer a little. The G, D of Fortune smiled. There are many matches that can be scored. There is no need for us to lose here. This was also the reason why the G, D of Fortune and the other Empyrean G, DS did not send out their outstanding disciples. Schwanger, use the G, D slaying profound cold technique. Zhu Chao said to Yao Shuang with a serious face. The G, D slaying profound cold technique, the skills used by the devil-killing divine palace. Didn't they all start with the devil slayer? The spectators were all shocked. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was a very powerful technique. I'm not only going to exterminate the devil, I will also go and deal with that despicable G, devil-killing Heavenly G. D laughed coldly. This penalty, Heavenly G, D might not be able to do as you wish today. Penalty, Heavenly G, D waved his hand and controlled a bolt of lightning as thick as a water jar towards Yao Shuang. When it struck down, it produced a deafening loud sound. It was extremely tyrannical. Yao Shuang didn't avoid it, but a faint golden fog appeared around her body. Her white dress was covered in thin ice, and the cold air was thick. The purple lightning struck her body, but did not injure her. If it had been any other Empyrean G, D, they would have fallen by now. I'll hold him. You deal with the others. Zhu Chao had disappeared, but her voice still echoed in the arena. The ground. Chen Xiang saw a white light suddenly appear on the ground of the penalty, Heavenly G, D. The white light seemed to have a suction force, absorbing all the purple lightning that the penalty, Heavenly G, D released, guiding the lightning to strike onto the penalty, Heavenly G, D's body. Penalty, Heavenly G, D was tall and STU. DY, at this moment he was struck by countless of sudden purple lightning bolts, making him look even more mighty. These were purple lightning bolts he had released. Of course, they could not harm him. Law of light, Penalty, Heavenly G, D stomped his foot hard, causing the entire arena to tremble violently, and the white light, Zhu Chao, turned into scattered. The G, DS who were struck by her jade palm would be frozen and unable to move. After that, Zhu Chao would lead the purple lightning to strike the G, DS who were frozen to death. Penalty, Heavenly G, D continued to summon lightning to attack Yao Shuang and Zhu Chao, but Zhu Chao was able to control the lightning. Lightning is also light. I have the law of light, so I can freely control it. Zhu Chao had disappeared without a trace at this time, and had already merged into the light. This kind of shocking strength made the HELL Devil Emperor secretly worry. The first batch of disciples of the devil-killing heavenly God had arrogantly made an appearance, and it seemed that the devil-killing heavenly God was doing this on purpose to intimidate the divine halls that wanted to ally with the HELL Divine Palace. This kind of shocking strength made the HELL Devil Emperor secretly worry. The first batch of disciples of the devil-killing heavenly God had arrogantly made an appearance, and it seemed that the devil-killing heavenly God was doing this on purpose to intimidate the divine halls that wanted to ally with the HELL Divine Palace. It was not easy to defeat the penalty heavenly God, but as long as they could delay it, it would be fine because the time of the hourglass was not very long. As long as the sand was emptied, it would be considered as a victory. This was originally a compet. 1. Tie-in that the penalty heavenly God had fought. But who would have thought that it would now be the time for Zhu Chao and his wife to display their powers? The power of frost released by Yao Shuang was extremely tyrannical. Many Empyrean DS who were sealed in ice didn't even have time to react before they were struck by the laws of light and were guided by the lightning released by the penalty heavenly God by Zhu Chao. Therefore, both Yao Shuang and Zhu Chao did not use much power. Before long, the other Empyrean DS had already been struck unconscious by penalty heavenly D's violent lightning. The disparity between an infernal realm God and an upper heavenly God was so great, even though they were both Empyrean DS. Right now, there was only penalty heavenly God and Zhu Chao's wife on the fighting stage. The penalty heavenly God was constantly releasing lightning and thunder. Even though he already knew that Zhu Chao could control the lightning that he released, he still did it. Yao Shuang and Zhu Chao secretly transmitted their voices to each other at any time. With the two of them working together, even the penalty heavenly God would find it difficult to defeat them in a short period of time. Humph! Penalty heavenly God suddenly snorted, his voice resonating in all directions. A sound wave that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the battle arena and rippling outwards. Yao Shuang had just released a formless wave of divine cold energy, but when she approached the penalty heavenly God, she was actually blasted away by the strange sound waves. Zhu Chao was still nowhere to be seen. At the moment, the sunlight was extremely intense, and Zhu Chao, who had merged with his light rule spiritual bead, was able to freely use the power of the laws of light. Boundless light. Zhu Chao's voice transmitted outwards. The scorching sun in the sky seemed to be enraged, as it radiated with even more intense rays of light. The temperature of the surrounding area frantically rose. The light only shone on the arena, but the spectators were all extremely excited. Thankfully, there were deities, Templars, Empyrean DS who were using their divine powers to protect their disciples. Otherwise, the weak true DS would not be able to withstand the light and might be melted. This kind of intense light not only produced a very scorching power, but it also caused the eyes to burn with an incomparable pain. Everyone present was quite strong. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of that light might have blinded them. The most amazing thing was that the high temperature produced by this light could directly melt away divine power. Zhu Chao was currently hidden within the strong light. Even if penalty heavenly God used his divine power to sense his position, it would still be difficult for him to do so, because his divine power would be melted away by the strong light while within Zhu Chao's light domain. The strong light continued to SHI plus an E for a short while before suddenly disappearing. Zhu Chao had already appeared in front of the penalty heavenly God, while Yao Shuang was behind him. Do we really have to seriously fight? Zhu Chao clenched his fists as though he was holding on to two little suns. They overflowed with suns. HI plus NE, with flames shooting out of his eyes. Just his posture made people feel that he was extremely powerful. Penalty heavenly God did not reply, but golden cold ice had already appeared under his feet, and it spread to his knees in a blink of an eye. The golden-colored ice looked extremely terrifying. The air mist that gushed out was like flames dancing in the air. The surrounding of penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D's feet were covered in this golden-colored ice, continuously emitting this cold air that resembled dancing flames, causing penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D to look as though he was standing in the midst of this flame. Many of the G. Oh, D had already seen that Zhu Chao and Yao Shuang were not easy to deal with. When the time is up, devil-killing Divine Palace will obtain 2 points. After penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D finished speaking. His body flashed with a white light, and the golden ice beneath his feet suddenly disappeared. Not even a trace of the fog remained. However, in order to fight penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D had to fight 1-on-2, and it was even a battle against a husband and wife who had great mutual understanding. Even if they could win the battle, it would definitely take a very long time. The sand in the hourglass. S had leaked out completely, and the only ones who could still stand were Yao Shuang and Zhu Chao. This way, the devil-killing Divine Palace had already gotten 5 points, which was far ahead of the rest of the shrines. Zhu Chao and Yao Shuang laughed at each other, then disappeared in a flash and reappeared behind devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D. The devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D sneered at the G. Oh, D of Fortune. The G? Oh, D of Fortune had 100 billion bet between them. But the devil-killing Divine Palace was already leading by a lot, and the G. Oh, D of Fortune was a bit anxious. Losing 100 billion was a small matter for him, so losing face was not good. If he sends out his 4 great disciples, he might be able to hold on until the end. It seems like he doesn't have much confidence in his own disciples. The devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D said this to Run Tianyong and the others, purposely speaking loudly so that the G. Oh, D of Fortune could hear him. The fight between the G. Oh, DS had already ended, because only the devil-killing Divine Palace's disciples could stand at the very end. There was no compet. 1. Tie-in at all between the devil-killing Divine Palace, and so the devil-killing Divine Palace had directly obtained the victory of the heavens compet. 1 tie-in. Next was the profound G. Oh, D's compet. 1 tie-in. The compet. 1. Tie-in at the profound G. Oh, D will now begin. The various shrines are invited to send out 3 disciples with the strength of profound G. Oh, D into the arena. The rules have not been announced yet. If every temple sends 3 profound G. Oh, DS, they will be considered close to 1,000 profound G. Oh, DS. If they were to fight in the arena together, it would definitely be chaotic. Tianyong, Little June, Fatty Wu. I won't say anything threatening when the 3 of you go up. You are all aware of the consequences of losing. Devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D laughed. He was currently in a good mood and did not use his sinister look to threaten them. Ren Tianyong and the other 2's hearts were heavy. They could even get points if they went ahead to compete. So even if they weren't under the pressure of being punished, they would still be under a lot of pressure right now. Soon enough, around 1,000 profound G. Oh, DS appeared on the arena. There were a few other small and medium-sized divine halls, but the ones sent out weren't very powerful, as most of them were lower or middle-ranked profound G. Oh, DS. Only those powerful divine halls sent out profound G. Oh, DS with Warg. Oh, D names. Not only are the profound G. Oh, DS of the Great Temple Warg. Oh, DS. They are also level 5 Warg. Oh, DS. Tai Chong said, the level 5 War G. Oh, D's A assessment is the limit of the profound G. Oh, D, right? Only by becoming a G. Oh, D can one have enough strength to conduct the level 6 War G. Oh, D's examination. Chun Xiang asked, what if it's a stage 9 martial immortal? Xiao Cho looked at devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D and said, main Heavenly G. Oh, D is a stage 9 martial immortal. It's not that difficult. I Pa S said it once. I heard that the fire G. Oh, D only Pa S said it twice. Devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D casually said, there are only a few 9 segments. I am one of them. He. So powerful. Chun Xiang looked at Zhu Chao and the others and asked, "What about the other few senior brothers? They can barely make it to 8 Duan. They haven't even passed," said the exam. When the compet 1, Tian is over, I'll make them take a warg. Oh, D tablet, and it'll take a lot of money to take the warg. Oh, D exam. If we can win the G, oh, D of fortune, then we'll have $100 billion. Devil killing heavenly G. Oh, D looked happy as if he had already won. Master, do we have a share? W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus asked. 100 billion is a huge amount. Even Master would not be able to spend all of it. Devil killing heavenly G. Oh, D laughed. When the time comes, I will reward you with 10 million gold. You all have to be clear that I am the one who made the wager. Without the supreme flame pill, would the G, oh, D of fortune be willing to use 100 billion to make the bet? We get 10 million each. It's only 10 million, but it's a lot. No, you guys split the 10 million. So petty. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus whispered. I did this for your own good. All these years, I have been deliberately making all of you poor. Aren't you guys also very powerful? The G, oh, D of fortune is very rich. But how many points did his disciple get? Don't think too much about that 100 billion. Although Zhu Chao and the others did not speak, they secretly despised the devil-killing heavenly G-O-D. He was actually so stingy and they were already used to it. Penalty heavenly G. Oh, D began to announce the rules. He took out a basket of round beads and shouted, "There are 100 round beads inside. As long as you can get them before the hourglass. S ends, you can stay in the arena." After saying that, the penalty heavenly G. Oh, D threw out his strength, and a basket of round beads fell on the stage. Hundreds of figures jumped up from the ground and rushed towards the round beads. At the same time, chaotic battles broke out. The scene was extremely chaotic, and explosions rang out without end. All types of divine force flew out, and all types of colors flourished with brilliance. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, the bead has been broken. This is mine. It's mine now. In order to S-N-A-T-C-H the bead, a large number of profound G. Oh, D had used their strongest power to obtain the bead's defense, so the other profound G. Oh, D could not S-N-A-T-C-H it away. Rin Tianyong, Yuan Baibing, and the fat fifth brother, they had all already gotten their hands on the bead, and these fellows didn't just take one, but a few. Many profound G. Oh, DS wanted to attack them, but the fat fifth brother released a strange gray energy that formed a vortex and surrounded the three of them. A profound G. Oh, D wanted to stab in with his sword, but when he realized that the energy was strange, it was already too late. His entire arm was sucked into the vortex and then shattered into pieces. The fat fifth brother was an expert in this kind of strange and violent energy. If he wanted to attack this profound G, OD, which was a cyclone, he would have to bleed if he did not have the slightest bit of strength. However, these profound G, D were definitely not stupid enough to fight with Rin Tianyong and the others, who were powerful, profound G, OD. If they had this kind of skill, of course they would go and S-N-A-T-C-H away those weak, profound G-O-D. After the hourglass, S was used up, only 37 profound G. DS would be able to get the bead. There were originally 100 round beads. But who would have known that these round beads were very weak? They had destroyed a lot during the fight to steal them, and what made many profound D angry was that Ren Tianyong and the other two had taken more than 20 round beads. The rules also did not specify how many beads each profound G, D could take away, so those profound G, DS were helpless against them. If you can get those beads, you can enter the next round. If you can't, you have to leave the arena. If you can get those beads, you can enter the next round. If you can't, you have to leave the arena. All of the profound G, DS, who were still able to stay on the fighting stage, were pretty strong. Penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D took out 2 more black B, LLS. This time it was larger and required a person to open both arms to pick it up. Why are there only 2 of them this time? W, A, N, G genes. H, I, plus was a little worried. There should only be 2 profound G. Oh, DS in the next round. Sure enough, the penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D said, the key thing to do next is to S, NATC, H a black stone, orb like this one. This time the black stone orb is very hard and won't be damaged that easily. Every shrine only has 1. If you have 2, it would be considered a violation of the rules. After saying the rules, the penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D turned the hourglass. S upside down, and threw out the 2 black stone B. ALLS. Boss, we will S, NA to C. H it from you and let you enter the compet. 1. Tie in at the back. Even though he looked fat, but he was extremely agile, he turned into a shadow, Pa S, said by the black stone ball, and picked it up. So heavy. The fat 5th brother quickly fell, and at the same time sent a sound transmission to Rin Tianyong and Yuan Baibing. Come here and protect me. Yuan Baibing and Rin Tianyong had already flown over, surrounding the fat 5th brother and blocking the attacks of the surrounding profound God. These guys are hard to deal with. Boss, take it. After the 5th brother Pa S, said the black stone orb to Rin Tianyong, he released a spinning cyclone that covered them up just like before. After Rin Tianyong received the black stone orb, he shouted to Yuan Baibing, 2nd brother, take out the divine artifact and block it for a while. The 5th brother's defense will be broken through very soon. Yuan Baibing immediately released a huge cauldron and covered the black stone orb inside, then sat on top of the huge cauldron. Leave this place to me, NOL 5. Go beat those guys up and run away. Yuan Baibing said, it's best if they don't break through the 5th brother's barrier of tornado. Penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D never said that divine weapons were not allowed to be used. Thus the other profound G. Oh, DS had already taken out their expensive divine weapons and started to attack Rin Tianyong and the others. This bunch of B, A, S, T, A, R, DS, why aren't they attacking the Wealth Divine Palace? Ren Tianyong cursed in a low voice. He had also obtained a black stone orb from the Wealth Divine Palace, but because the Wealth Divine Palace's power was too great and because her relations, H, I, plus P with many of the great temples was not bad, she did not S, and A to CH it away from him. Only the 2 women from the Divine Female Palace and a few profound G, ODS from the other divine halls were fighting with the Wealth Divine Palace. 2nd brother and 5th brother, you guys try your best to stop it. Don't let the stone orb get taken away. I'll go to the Wealth Divine Palace's side and break their defense. Rin Tianyong whispered to Yuan Baibing and the others. All right, leave it to us. Originally, Ren Tianyong planned to run away from the profound G. Oh, DS, who came to S, NATC, H the stone BALLS, but when he saw that there were no profound G, oh, DS to S, NA to C, H them from, he became angry and wanted to go over and cause trouble. If the Wealth Divine Palace S were unable to obtain the black B, ALL, S right now and were unable to enter the later fights, then the pressure on them wouldn't be that great. There were only 2 profound G, O, DS in the Wealth Divine Palace. So Ren Tianyong felt that they were still easy to deal with. Seeing Ren Tianyong running out, the surrounding profound G, O, DS were all slightly worried. They had already prepared to surround and attack Ren Tianyong. But who would have thought that Ren Tianyong would suddenly fly over to the side of the Wealth Divine Palace? Devil Slayer Palm. After Rin Tianyong went over, he released a huge golden palm that pressed down on the opponent like a mountain. The D power was extremely dense, and one could tell that Rin Tianyong had gone all out. Profound D on the Wealth Divine Palace's side thought that Ren Tianyong and the others would do their best to protect the black stone orb, and with the black stone orb in hand, they wouldn't come over to S and A to CH it. Rin Tianyong's attack was very sudden, the profound G. Oh, D's defense was originally only a few profound G. Oh, D's that were slightly weaker than them. It could be considered as an easy task. They never expected that Ren Tianyong, who was in a very bad situation, would come running over. The gigantic golden palm came SMAs. HI, plussing down, accurately hitting the two profound G. Oh, DS, and breaking their defenses. Although it was two of their profound G. Oh, D's G. Oh, D power barriers when facing Ren Tianyong's attack that was about to lose its life. Their SHI plus ELD was instantly broken. Wealth Divine Palace, your profound G. Oh, D isn't too good either. Rin Tianyong let out a cold laugh, and then unleashed two more palms with the demon Punisher palm. These were all Rin Tianyong's angry attacks, causing the entire arena to shake violently. The strength of the Wealth Divine Palace was not bad. Even when facing such an attack from Rin Tianyong, they were still able to preserve that black stone orb. Ren Tianyong, haven't you heard the rules? If your devil-killing divine palace possesses two black stone B, ALLS, it would be considered a violation of the rules. The Wealth Divine Palace shouted. I didn't say I wanted it. I just didn't want you to have it. Rin Tianyong took out a black long sword, and in a flash, he arrived at the side of the profound G. Oh, D, who was holding onto the black stone ball. He thrust it out a few hundred times like lightning. The sword images were like a storm, enveloping the entire sky and dancing around. Wealth Divine Palace was unable to dodge, and had no choice but to release the stone orb he was carrying, taking out two long blades to block. His reaction was very fast, and at the same time profound G. Oh, D was sitting on top of the black stone orb. Get lost. The other profound G. Oh, D waved his whip and waved it at Rin Tianyong. Rin Tianyong wielded his divine sword and would not be able to get close. It would be best to attack from afar. Rin Tianyong punched towards the direction where the long whip had come from, creating a dazzling golden formation. This was a demon-destroying Qi formation, which LV Zhen had modified in the past to have very strong defensive capabilities. Devil Slayer Tornado Thrust. Rin Tianyong unleashed a few sword attacks, causing the profound G. Oh, D, who was guarding the stone ball, to enter a defensive state. Unable to retaliate, he then quickly shot out towards the stone ball below him. A gust of wind surged out from the sword blade, penetrating through the profound G. Oh, D's defenses and struck straight at the stone ball. His sword released a strong force, sending the black stone orb underneath the profound G. Oh, D flying. When the stone B, ALLS flew out, the other profound G. Oh, DS quickly followed suit. The one who caught the black stone B, ALLS, was actually a middle-aged man in black robe, AHELL Devil Emperor. Ren Tianyong's objective had already been reached, so he quickly returned to Fatty Wu and Yuan Baibing's side. They were forced to the point where they couldn't even breathe, and after Ren Tianyong rushed back, he started to stab the profound G. Oh, DS that were attacking Yuan Baibing's giant cauldron. If you don't want to die, then scram. Rin Tianyong shouted angrily, filled with killing intent. The black sword in his hand trembled, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. With Rin Tianyong joining them, Yuan Baibing and the fatty felt much more relaxed. They could hold on for a little longer. They are all very strong. Chun Xiang looked very carefully. As one of the top 10 warg. Oh, DS in Devil-Killing Divine Palace, he was actually able to shake two of Wealth Divine Palace's profound G. Oh, DS. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge difference between the profound G. Oh, DS and the Wealth Divine Palace S. If they were to compare the number, then it would definitely be more than the Wealth Divine Palace S. To Devil-Killing Divine Palace, being able to SNA to CH that black stone orb was a great thing, because the Devil-Killing Divine Palace's Devil-Killing Magic Kung Fu could restrain the HELL Divine Palace. To Devil-Killing Divine Palace being able to S, NA to Z, H that black stone orb was a great thing, because the devil-killing divine palace's devil-killing magic kung fu could restrain the H-E-L-L divine palace. Even so, H-E-L-L divine palace would not give up on the black stone orb in his hand right now. If not, in the eyes of outsiders, they would be afraid of devil-killing divine palace. Rin Tianyong waved the divine sword in his hands outside, crazily attacking the profound G-O-D-S who wanted to S-N-A-T-C-H the black stone orb. In just a few moments, a large amount of fresh blood flew out from within the group of profound Geodis. Ren Tianyong looked like an elegant scholar, but at the moment his sword techniques were very ruthless. His sword was bleeding hard, causing the other profound Geods to not dare to approach, and only attack from afar. Again, Rin Tianyong saw all sorts of divine powers flying over from all directions and shouted coldly. All of a sudden, 8 divine swords of all colors and sizes appeared beside him. All of them were divine swords that he had meticulously collected over the years. In addition, his own sword, which had 9 in total, quickly circled around him, forming an astral sword chi barrier, blocking all the divine powers attacking him from afar. After the first wave of attacks, Ren Tianyong suddenly roared, and 9 divine swords flew out. Devil Slayer 9, sword formation. In the blink of an eye, it had penetrated the bodies of a few profound G-O-D-S. The 9 swords' trajectory converged into a ray, surrounding over 20 profound G-O-D-S, and then with a flash of the array, countless sword rain appeared, covering the entire sword formation. The profound G-O-D inside the sword formation had countless sword scars on their bodies in the blink of an eye, and some of them were even riddled with B-L-O-O-D-Y holes. Although these profound G-O-D were protected by divine armor, Ren Tianyong's had made the 9 sword formation extremely overbearing, and with the addition of the 9 divine swords, even divine armors would find it difficult to resist. There were also super profound G-O-D amongst these profound G-O-D, but compared to Rin Tianyong, the disparity between them was too great. Among them, one was a profound G-O-D of the Wealth Divine Palace, with over a dozen BL-O-O-D-Y holes on his body. The profound G-O-D-S who went to S-N-A-T-C-H the H-E-L-L Divine Palace, all heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. If they were still fighting over there, then maybe they would be the same as the profound G-O-D-S. When the time is up, both H-E-L-L Divine Palace and Devil-Killing Divine Palace will stay behind and the rest will leave. Penalty Heavenly G-O-D's voice was like thunder. Suddenly, the sand in the hourglass S had already leaked out. The Fat Five threw the black stone orb to Rin Tianyong, and then left the arena with Yuan Baibing. Ren Tianyong's strength was greater than theirs, so it was only right for Rin Tianyong to stay. The arena was currently covered in blood, and a strong stench of blood floated around. There were also broken limbs all over the ground, which Rin Tianyong had just used the 9 divine sword technique to create. It was hard to imagine that this elegant man dressed in white would actually be able to do such a thing. The injured profound G-O-D had already been taken away, and there were only 2 profound G-O-D on the arena. Rin Tianyong had already put away his other divine swords, and only took out 1. If he was only going to take care of 1 profound G-O-D, that would be enough. Boss, did you get serious just now? W-A-N-G jeans. H-I plus stuck out his tongue. This is a very rare sight. Of course, if we don't be more serious and he loses, we will all be in trouble. The fat 5th brother laughed. Being with boss is usually pretty easy. This point is also ours. There's no suspense at all for H-E-L-L Divine Palace. The profound G-O-D on the H-E-L-L Divine Palace's side was covered in an evil aura. If it was a weaker profound G-O-D, they would have been intimidated by it, but right now the profound G-O-D was facing Rin Tianyong. The demon destroyer aura on his body was aimed at restraining this kind of cultivation of evil energy. Are you sure you want to fight? There are no rules that prevent people from killing. In other words, if you get killed by me here, I won't be held responsible. Rin Tianyong said indifferently. Why must you remind me that your devil-killing divine palace really wants to kill me? The H-E-L-L divine palace asked. We don't want to kill you because it will dirty our hands. We don't want to kill you because we don't want to kill you for joy. It's just that you guys always sneak around and do some heartless things. If Ren Tianyong wanted to kill them, he could have killed them just now. He did not even harm the foundations of the profound G. He only destroyed their bodies and taught them a lesson. If it was a bloodthirsty individual with such a powerful strength, he definitely wouldn't have survived when seeing the black stone orb just now. Begin. Just as penalty heavenly G. D shouted that H-E-L-L divine palace immediately shouted out, I admit defeat. Just because Rin Tianyong was merciful just now, did not mean that he would do so now. Profound G. D did not want to die. Even if it would cause him to lose face, it would be more important for him to stay alive. In this round of compet, 1. Taiyan Ren Tianyong won another point for devil-killing divine palace. The devil-killing divine palace divided into 6, leading the battle even more. And at the same time, the God of Fortune started to worry because over the years, the Wealth Divine Palace and the Devil-Killing Divine Palace did not have any conflicts. Furthermore, they knew too much about the Devil-Killing Divine Palace's strength, so they all thought that the Devil-Killing Divine Palace was strong because of the Devil-Killing Magic Kung Fu, which was a way to counter the evil demons. The disciples of the Devil-Killing Divine Palace had been attacking the evil demons all year round, so they rarely fought against the other shrines. This caused the other shrines to think that the devil-killing divine palace was only against the demons. Compared to their own shrines, they were just average. Adding to the fact that the devil-killing divine palace was relatively poor, it made them look down on them even more. But now, the devil-killing divine palace had left Wealth Divine Palace far behind. Serves him right. We didn't send the most powerful ones out at the beginning. Devil-killing Heavenly G. D was very proud this way after the compet. 1. Taiyan, he could very likely get first place. Next was a battle between 2 true G. DS. Each shrine sends 2 true G. DS. Penalty Heavenly G. D shouted. Devil-killing Heavenly G. D looked at Qin Xiang and the other 2. After thinking for a long while, he shook his head. I don't really understand you 3. It would be better if any of you go up. Tai Chong said, Let them be the masters and disciples. They work well together and they understand each other and they're very strong. Chun Xiang was Xiao Chao's master and the fat 5th brother was his second master. Xiao Chou had already explained it to the fat 5th brother already. The devil-killing Heavenly G. D patted Xiao Chao's head and laughed. You have the blood of the Herculean G. D in you, so you shouldn't disappoint me. For this first round of individual compet. 1. Taiyan, only you guys have a chance. Don't lose, if not, I won't say much more. To be able to compete with Chun Xiang, Xiao Chou was pretty happy. He walked into the arena with Chun Xiang while giggling. The fact that the devil-killing divine palace had sent Chun Xiang, who had just entered the DS realm, had attracted the attention of many people. Although Chun Xiang was in the alchemy shop, it was hard to say his actual strength. He actually did not send Yang Yan out. Could Yang Yan already be a profound God? Qin Xiang also did not look at Yang Yan, worried that the God of Fortune would discover his relations H.I. plus P with him. He actually did not send Yang Yan out. Could Yang Yan already be a profound G? Qin Xiang also did not look at Yang Yan, worried that the D of Fortune would discover his relations H.I. plus P with him. Just then, profound G. D had 3 slots, to the point that there were only 2 true G. DS. He didn't know how the rules were set, but true G. DS should have more slots because there were many outstanding true G. DS in the various halls. Penalty, Heavenly G. D took out many beads. Looking at these beads, he knew that this time he too had to NATC H the beads in order to enter the next round. It was the same as the previous round's compet. 1 tie-in. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Xiao Chou. This rule seems to have been set by the penalty Heavenly G. Oh, it's not easy to guess this guy's thoughts. Let's pay attention to one thing. There are only 100 of them. If you can get them, you can enter the next round. After penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D finished shouting, he turned the hourglass. S, and threw out the 100 beads. Hundreds of pearls floated in the air, and under the light of his eyes, they emitted waves of sparkling and translucent multicolored light. At this moment, hundreds of figures had already flown up to the sky, but only Qin Xiang and Xiao Chou stood on the ground without moving. Qin Xiang gave a slight smile as the power of SPAC emerged from his body. After locking onto the 100 beads, he used the spatial extraction technique to instantly move the 100 beads to his side. He had already sent a sound transmission to Xiao Chou just now, telling him to stay put and leave it to him. Those true DS who were about to grab the bead suddenly disappeared. It's with Qin Xiang, quickly. The Empyrean DS outside the arena were all frantically shouting. What Qin Xiang was using was the power of SPAC, which surprised many D. This kind of precise use of spatial energy, even a profound D like Rin Tianyong was unable to do it, but Qin Xiang was able to do it because he had obviously mastered the power of spatial laws. Qin Xiang and Xiao Chou each grabbed a round bead, while the rest were burnt to ashes by Qin Xiang's fire. Those true DS who rushed over to Qin Xiang's side were all stunned, because those beads were all burnt by Qin Xiang. In other words, only 2 spots could enter the next round. In other words, we can at least get a point. If there really is that kid, then there's no need to go through all that trouble. After we're done with all of this, we should do it this way. The devil-killing Heavenly D laughed. Although there were only 2 round beads left. As long as they got them, they could still stay here. Therefore, the other true DS charged forward without a care for their own safety. Brat, it's fine as long as you run now. Protect your bead. Qin Xiang stepped on the shrinking step, and like a ghost, he started to chase after the true DS that were chasing him. Although Qin Xiang could fight, he didn't want to waste his strength. On the other hand, Xiao Chou was different. It's too easy to win. Qin Xiang secretly smiled as he looked at the hourglass. Not long after, all the sand in the hourglass was emptied, and the penalty Heavenly D declared the conclusion. The true DS looked at Qin Xiang and Qin Xiang hatefully and left the stage. The next step is to SNATCH, the Black Pearl, right? Xiao Chou laughed. Penalty, Heavenly D coldly said. No, it is just a compet. 1 tie-in. Although only your devil-killing divine palace is left. But in order to test your fighting strength, one of you must fight. Qin Xiang knew that this penalty Heavenly D would definitely change the rules at the last minute. One of you. The penalty Heavenly D said. Xiao Chou consciously left the stage, although he felt that he was a little stronger than Qin Xiang. But if he was facing against many special situations, he wouldn't be as good as Qin Xiang. In that case, you will find a true D of equal strength to fight with me, right? Qin Xiang looked around, but did not see anyone enter. Penalty Heavenly D's cold smile gave Qin Xiang a bad premonition. It's not a fight between a true D and you, it's this. Penalty Heavenly D opened his palm, and a small cage appeared in his palm. There was a standing savage beast inside the cage. This guy, to actually let Qin Xiang deal with beasts, this is a famous, profound horned divine beast. Even if it's an upper true D, if they weren't careful, they would still have been killed. Devil-killing Heavenly D frowned. This be ASTAR, D penalty Heavenly D always the same. He always likes to make things difficult for others. Penalty, Heavenly G. Oh! D crushed the cage, and the beast man inside suddenly grew larger and appeared in front of Qin Xiang. It was taller than him by a few heads, had a brown fur on its head, muscular and powerful, and its lower body was of the beast type. It had a huge, powerful, and full of thorns tail, and on top of its head was a sharp, sword-like horn. The divine beast let out a low growl as two horns similar to the ones on its head suddenly appeared in its palm. It looked like two swords and was quite sharp. In the beginning, there's no time limit. Beat him until he wins. When the penalty Heavenly G, oh, D shouted, the profound horn divine beast rushed over with a speed as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Qin Xiang, and the horn on his head had pierced through his body. This frightened the whole audience into silence, as Qin Xiang was actually pierced. Of course not. It was just an illusion of Qin Xiang. He used this move frequently, and although his opponent's speed was extremely fast, he could still dodge it. It's that ancient sword, W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus shouted lightly. We cannot use our divine power on this ancient sword. Even though it's very sharp, it's completely useless in his current situation. Dad, I didn't think that you would actually give him this sword. Although this sword is not bad, it doesn't suit him at all. Zhu Chao said, Master, in order to win, you should have told him not to use this sword. Devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D laughed. You guys don't understand Qin Xiang, I don't either, but I do believe that he is definitely not an idiot if he takes out this sword. He definitely has his own thoughts. Qin Xiang named it the G. Oh, D slaughtering sword. Although he was still unable to infuse his divine power into the ancient sword, as he had just learned the first move of the 7 devil-slain kung fu. He did not need to use his divine power. Instead, he was using the changes in his body, allowing his physical body to use the energy cleverly and produce an endless amount of strange power. The black-horned beast realized that it had only pierced through a shadow. While the real Qin Xiang was behind it, he fiercely twisted his body and rushed forward, this time not only using the sharp horn on his head, but also the long-horned sword in his hands, thrusting towards Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang raised the G, oh, D-slaughtering sword in his hand. The profound horn divine beast had already charged over, but then a very strange change suddenly occurred. Qin Xiang did not slash. He had even suddenly teleported behind the black-horned beast. There were still many tiny fragments falling from the ground. Those were the horns of the black-horned divine beast, and they had all been turned into pieces. This was the result of Qin Xiang's attack, but no one saw it. Even the divine G, oh, DS in the shrine saw it. Qin Xiang swung his sword, and it became like this in the next moment. That process should last a while. No matter how fast it was, he could still see some traces of it, but there was not even a trace of his qi left. The process seemed to never happen. It had actually appeared, but because the time and power of the first style of the 7 devil-slain kung fu that Qin Xiang used was altered, and the time and power were fused together in such a chaotic phase. H-I plus on the time and energy in the process was different from the time outside. This was the power of the time code, and during that period of time, it existed within Qin Xiang's timeline. But it wasn't, however, in other people's timeline, which was why he couldn't see it. The most excited one was the devil-killing Heavenly G, OD, and only he was clear of what was going on, because he knew this move as well. He never would have thought that Qin Xiang was able to grasp the changes in time and power in such a short amount of time, which was the basis for the introduction of 7 devil-slain kung fu. It's the 7 devil-slain kung fu. Penalty, Heavenly G. Oh! D was shocked. He knew that the 7 devil-slain kung fu was his trump card. How many years has it been since I've seen this move? I never thought that the next time I saw it, it wasn't done by an old devil slayer, but by a little kid who had just entered the G, oh DS realm. The G, oh! D of Fortune, who was originally sitting down, stood up and stared at Qin Xiang. Only the disciples of the devil-killing divine palace knew the most about how difficult it was to learn and master the 7 devil-slain kung fu, especially the first group of disciples, which only consisted of Zhu Chao and the other 3. Although it was just the most basic, it was something that they could not learn. Chen Xiang had only learned for a short period of time, and he had already mastered it. This kind of comprehension ability, even the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di who established the 7 devil-slain kung fu, could not compare to him. You win, devil-killing Divine Palace will get 1 point. Penalty Heavenly Ji. Di hurriedly stored away his profound Horn Divine Beast. He knew that the ancient sword in Qin Xiang's hands was not ordinary. If this continued, his profound Horn Divine Beast would definitely die. Qin Xiang still hadn't had enough, yet he had already won. He felt a little helpless in his heart, but it was good as long as he could win. The changes in strength and time, the rigidity and gentleness of my body, these can be considered as 4 types of changes that I have grasped, but speed and slowness can also be considered 2 types. So, just how many types of changes have I grasped? It was hard to tell for Qin Xiang, so he decided to ask the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di. After returning, the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di excitedly pressed down on his shoulder and excitedly said, "Good boy, how did you learn this? I never thought that my 7 devil-slain kung fu could actually be Pa-S set on. This. Actually, I just managed to grasp a bit of it." Qin Xiang scratched his head and laughed. He had already mastered most of the first form. Don't be modest, we have already wasted a lot of time on the 7 devil-slain kung fu. However, not long after you obtained the 7 devil-slain kung fu, you have already grasped it a little. This can be considered to be extremely rare. Rin Tianyong said. Seeing Chen Xiang wanting to ask something, the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di patted his head. Let's talk about it when we return. Devil-killing Divine Palace got another 1 point, which was already 7 points. If he wanted to catch up, he could only look at the following group battle. Let's head back to the shrine first and rest for 3 days. After that, the battlefield will be changed. The penalty, Heavenly Ji, Di said. Everyone had been here for many days now, and they were all somewhat annoyed. It would be best if they could go back now. Qin Xiang also wanted to quickly ask devil-killing Heavenly God about the changes in the first transition. Right now, he also didn't know how many changes he had mastered. Qin Xiang also wanted to quickly ask devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di about the changes in the first transition. Right now, he also didn't know how many changes he had mastered. The 7 devil-slain kung fu that Qin Xiang had just used seemed to be extremely proficient, as if he had not comprehended it at all. It was very clear that he had been in a hurry to talk to Qin Xiang privately and at the same time to guide him. Now that Qin Xiang had comprehended the fundamental changes of the 7 devil-slain kung fu, the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di was very sure that Qin Xiang would be able to learn the 7 devil-slain kung fu at a higher level, just like him in the future. I'll go back with Qin Xiang first. Devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di gave way to Qin Xiang and disappeared in a flash. They quickly left the arena and returned to the devil-killing Divine Palace S. When did you learn that move? Devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di was very excited when he heard that Qin Xiang was in the same secret room as him. After all these years, Qin Xiang was the only one who could comprehend 7 devil-slain kung fu. Qin Xiang felt that the 7 devil-slain kung fu wasn't too hard to master, because he didn't even need a lot of time to master it. It's been a while. The first form of the 7 devil-slain kung fu. What sort of changes are there? I can already use my flesh and mind to undergo several kinds of strange changes. As Qin Xiang said that, he rolled up his sleeves, and after a moment of slight control, one of his arms became extremely soft. Even the bones inside had become soft, but they were extremely tough. Seeing Qin Xiang's arm hanging down like mud, the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di couldn't help but to let out a strange cry. He didn't think that Qin Xiang's comprehension of the first style would actually reach such a stage, which was far beyond his expectations. This is flexibility. Since you have already grasped flexibility, then you should be able to grasp righteousness. Rigidity and slow and light are all based on strength. After all, you have already grasped 5 transformations. The devil-killing heavenly Ji. Oh, Di took a deep breath. Chen Xiang had only been learning the 7 devil-slain kung fu for a short while, and he had already comprehended the 5 transformations much faster than he had back then. Speed is one of the 2 changes in time. Devil-killing heavenly Ji. Oh, Di continued to speak. As long as you can comprehend the remaining 2 transformations, even if you master the first form, you can begin the second. Chun Xiang asked, "What are the remaining 2 changes? Give me a hint." "Cold and hot." The devil-killing heavenly Ji. Oh, Di said, "As the power of the body changes, the body can also produce cold and heat changes. The power of cold and heat is also a pretty good power, so with the change in power as the foundation, the combination of speed and flexibility will have a unique effect." Chun Xiang nodded and remembered it in his heart. Now that he had a direction, the next step was simple, for him to comprehend the 5 transformations in such a short period of time. The remaining 2 wouldn't be too difficult. After I finish my war with the H.E.L. Divine Palace, if I have the time, I will properly instruct you. You have the Supreme Ji. Oh, D-Bone, and you also cultivate the heavenly alchemy, so you might be able to Serpa. S me in the future on this 7 devil-slain kung fu. Devil-killing heavenly Ji. Oh, D rubbed Chin Xiang's head. We should head out to meet up with them now. In the upcoming compet. 1. Tie-in. We might have to stay together with everyone. Zhu Chao and the devil-killing heavenly Ji. Oh, D came out into the hall. Zhu Chao and the others were there. So for Chen Xiang to be able to comprehend the 7 devil-slain kung fu in such a short period of time, it was natural for the devil-killing heavenly Ji. Oh, D to pay attention to him. We are already in the lead. As long as we maintain this momentum, the final victory will be mine. Rest well for a few days, then we will definitely show them the true power of our devil-killing divine palace. The devil-killing heavenly Ji. Oh, D left right after speaking. No one knew where he went. Zhu Chao and the others chatted with Ren Tianyong and the others for less than an hour before they returned to their rooms to rest. Chin Xiang, this is a small gift from me. Yuan Baibing suddenly took out a small pill furnace and threw it to Chin Xiang. Chin Xiang took a look and discovered that it was actually a pretty good middle-graded pill furnace. It should be the kind that was worth several million D's coins. Yuan Baibing saw that Chen Xiang was about to speak and immediately said, "Don't be so polite. You are so talented in pill cultivation, and furthermore, as a good alchemist, this is something you should have." Yo, a worthless number 2. You're actually that generous? Am I dreaming? W-A-N-G jeans. H-I plus chuckled. She naturally understood that Yuan Baibing did this solely because of his boundless future in the pill Dao. Making friends with the alchemist was also a type of investment. "Thank you, second martial uncle." Chen Xiang smiled as he thanked him. His previous furnace had already rotted, and since Yuan Baibing was sincere enough to give such a good pill furnace to him, he would not reject. Everyone returned back to their rooms to rest, while Chen Xiang played with the middle-grade divine furnace that Yuan Baibing had gifted him. The divine furnace was a light gold color with a beautiful pattern on the outside. The various auxiliary alchemy formations inside the furnace were all very good. They could allow the alchemist's flame to be better controlled. At the same time, it could make the inside of the furnace more stable. It could also absorb the external energy to strengthen the flame. Youngest junior brother, are you resting? W-A-N-G jeans. H-I plus transmitted in from outside. Chen Xiang put down the pill furnace and opened the door. After W-A-N-G jeans. H-I plus came in, he laughed. Junior brother, you are much stronger than I thought. I never thought that you were so good at refining pills. Even second brother gave you a pill furnace. Senior sister, I'm very disappointed that I didn't see you display your skills today. Chin Xiang smiled as he brought over a chair for W W-A-N-G jeans. H-I plus to sit on. It would be better if I did not attack. Actually, I am very weak. Don't think that I am very powerful. W-A-N-G jeans. H-I plus curled his lips and said, Otherwise, Master would also let me go up. Youngest junior brother, I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. If you learn that sword art, you must not use it in public. The reason why W-A-N-G jeans H-I plus came to find Qinxiang was to once again remind him not to use the G-O-D murdering sword techniques carelessly. Seeing that Qinxiang had comprehended the 7 devil-slain kung fu so quickly, W-A-N-G jeans H-I plus thought that Qinxiang might have learned a bit of it. She was worried that Qinxiang would reveal the sword technique in order to win. I still haven't learned anything yet. After this compet, 1, tie-in ends, I'll start learning again. When that time comes, I'll have to ask Senior for some pointers. Qinxiang laughed. Relax, I will not use it as you wish. I have experienced this before. W-A-N-G jeans. H-I plus left in a relaxed manner. Qinxiang took out the 15 Lingguang Dan S he refined. These were all Dragon Blood St. Dan S. After he ate one, he immediately felt a very strong medicinal strength dissipate, giving him a very comfortable feeling. If I can produce 1 or 2 of these pills with spiritual light in the future, I'll try my best to refine this pill with a medicinal effect that is 10 times stronger than normal, or even higher. Qinxiang found yet another type of extreme challenge. At the entrance of the Divine City S, a white-clothed female appeared. She had a sweet oval face and a pair of bright eyes that radiated with a weird light. This woman was none other than Long Shui. She had arrived at the G-O-D-S realm very early on, and because the Divine City was very lively, she came here late. She did not expect to find out that Qinxiang had joined the devil-killing Divine Palace, and had performed shockingly in the compet. 1 tie-in, so she rushed over. Qinxiang, who was resting, came to the reception hall when he found out that someone was looking for him. When he saw Long Shui, he was so happy that he almost shouted loudly, "Little scoundrel, do you miss me?" Seeing Qinxiang's expression, Long Shui giggled. She was also very happy and had already threw herself into Qinxiang's embrace and tightly hugged Qinxiang. "Gluttonous ghost, you should be thinking of me. Do you think that you can't eat your fill outside?" Qinxiang gently stroked Long Shui's long hair, and with one arm wrapped around her jade waist, he tightly embraced her. "Yes." Long Shui replied softly, "I don't want to leave you ever again." "Who asked you not to wait for my return?" Qinxiang laughed and pinched her face with all his might. "Without you around, I would be bored too." Long Shui looked around. "I have a secret to tell you. There's a reason why I suddenly came to G-O-D-S realm myself. Otherwise, I would not want to come alone and be with you instead of starving." Qinxiang took out a few Dragon Blood St. Danas that had a spirit light as he laughed. "This is a Lingguang Dan. It's my current highest level of pill refinement. Taste it." Long Shui immediately took it and placed it in his mouth, as if he was eating candy. He then nodded happily. "It's delicious. It doesn't have the smell of blood." Before she came, Long Shui had collected a lot of saint fruits, but she had already finished eating them all. It had been a long time since she had eaten anything good. Qinxiang held Long Shui's small hand and led her to his room. But on the way there, they met Ren Tianyong and Yuan Baibing, who were talking and laughing. "Brat, what are you doing?" Yuan Baibing saw Qinxiang pulling along a very beautiful and cute girl and hurriedly walked towards his room. He would more or less think in that direction. She's my wife." "Greetings, seniors." Long Shui immediately bowed, because both Yuan Baibing and Rin Tianyong were very strong, and could indeed be considered seniors. "You've only been in the G-O-D-S realm for a short while, and you already have a wife. My boss, and I haven't had one for so many years." Yuan Baibing laughed. I didn't expect a kid like you to be so kind. Rin Tianyong laughed. Then go back to your work. We won't tell anyone else. Chun Xiang curled his lips and pulled Long Shui further into the room. But who knew that just as he was about to open the door and enter, W.A.N.D. Jeans, H.I. Plus had suddenly arrived. Youngest junior brother, I heard from eldest brother and second brother that your wife is here. So I came to take a look, W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus giggled, carefully sizing up Long Shui, then praised, Brat, your eyesight isn't bad. Greetings, senior apprentice sister. Long Shui greeted W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus very obediently. H.E.L. Lo, junior sister. Seeing that Long Shui was so cute and beautiful, W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus couldn't help but stroke her pretty face. Youngest junior brother, I think you said that you have quite a few wives. How many is she? Did she just come from G.O.D.S. realm? W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus asked. I don't know how high he is either. He's not ranked either. Qin Xiang laughed dryly. Seeing Qin Xiang being so anxious, W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus immediately thought that Qin Xiang might be in a hurry to do that kind of shameful thing with Long Shui. Her face slightly blushed. Then she smiled coquettishly. Then I won't disturb you guys anymore. After W.N.G. Jeans.H.I. Plus left, Qin Xiang had finally brought Long Shui into the room. After W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus left, Qin Xiang had finally brought Long Shui into the room. These guys, their brains are all in a mess. Qin Xiang snorted and took out a plate of fruits, placing it on the table. Long Shui picked up a few of them and sent them into his sandalwood mouth, then said with a smile, That beautiful senior sister just now seems to have a special relations. H.I. Plus P with you. Don't lie to me, I'm also a woman. The way she looks at you is different. There must be some secret between the two of you. Long Shui was right. There was indeed a secret between Qin Xiang and him. That's right. I have a little secret with her. But I can't tell you about that because it's the most important thing. Qin Xiang said. Qin Xiang was not willing to speak. So Long Shui tactfully did not pursue the matter and nodded his head. Didn't you just say that you came to G.O.D.S. realm alone for another reason? Qin Xiang asked. Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Yep, because I have gained some memories in my mind, I came here today, and I feel that I will be even more powerful in the future. In that case, could it be? Qin Xiang was shocked, only to see Long Shui nodding his head. This feeling is very strange. I didn't expect it to be real. I really have another past life. It's just that my current memories aren't complete, so I don't know what happened in the past. Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. If you have time, come with me to look for that complete set of memories. No problem, I will help you. After you have complete memories, your strength will definitely increase. At that time, we will work together to save the ice dragon and the green dragon, then we can build a shrine. Long Shui laughed. I think so too. Let's work hard together. The two of them smiled at each other and exchanged a palm strike. Feng Yuja had said before, the 4 holy beasts and the other holy beasts were created by the 9 divine kings according to the divine beasts that disappeared during the primordial era. Furthermore, when they were being created, some of the remnant spirits of the divine beasts were also added in, which was why Long Shui was in this situation right now. The white tiger and vermilion bird have been in G.O.D.S. realm for a long time, but they are very low profile. They are worried that they will be captured by the G.O.D. of heaven and used as mounts, just like the ice dragons. Long Shui said, so that's why it's very difficult for us to find them. If they become stronger in the future, maybe they will become more high profile. We are not in a hurry to find them. We will help you find your memories first. Chun Xiang hugged Long Shui in his arms and kissed her forehead. Long Shui was also enjoying the warm embrace of Chun Xiang. As he ate the sweet fruits, he also enjoyed Chun Xiang's affectionate caresses. "It's so good to be with you." Long Shui sighed as he licked his lips. When with Chun Xiang, although he would sometimes starve, as long as Chun Xiang had time, he would immediately help her get food. She didn't have to look for it herself. Chun Xiang then told Long Shui about the information he got from Yang Yen about the green dragon. "The old cyan bug is truly powerful. It actually attacked us from the depths of HELL. However, this way, it will be even more difficult to redeem it." Long Shui sighed. If it was only 1 billion, it wouldn't be too difficult for Chun Xiang. But now, to redeem the Azure Dragon, the amount of divine money needed was more than 10 times. "Take your time," Chun Xiang said. "I have also seen the Ice Dragon. He is currently following the D of Fortune like a zombie. I am very angry when I see him. We must save him." Long Shui also felt very sad in her heart. Right now, she could only hope that Chun Xiang could quickly find that piece of memory of hers, so that she could obtain an even stronger power from it and save the Ice Dragon. I don't know if LV Chilean came to the DS realm, but I really want to find her quickly. Chun Xiang and LV Chilean could condense that kind of spirit pearl together, and now that the two of them had increased their strength by so much, and if they were to work together again, they would definitely be able to condense even more spirit ingredients. She is a very strong woman. Her reason for not joining the Divine Female Palace should be because she wants to build a powerful shrine for herself in the future or do it on her own. That is why she is so desperate for power, and it just so happens that you can help her. Long Shui said, LV Chilean could understand the secret records that WANG genes HI plus had left behind. If LV Chilean had seen those secret records, he would probably come looking for him. She had a special relations, HI plus P with this place, and at this moment, she really hoped that Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao could return. Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao both had decent strength at the moment, and they had always wanted to seek the Mei Emperor for revenge. With Feng Yujie assisting them, Chun Xiang wasn't too worried. Mei Emperor is still in 9 Heaven World. I wonder how he is doing now, but with the temple meddling, he should be more stable. I hope Big Sister Yuyu and Sister Meiyao can take care of their enemies. If Chun Xiang wanted to eradicate the Mei Emperor, it wouldn't be a difficult task. The reason why Bai Yuyu and the others had been working hard for so many years was precisely to seek revenge against the Mei Emperor. Don't worry, they all have their own thoughts right now. You always take care of them, and they won't grow up. Long Shui comforted her. Once LV Chilean stabilizes her foundations here with her charisma, she will definitely be able to gather them all together. Very quickly, 3 days of rest time said, and now everyone knew that Chun Xiang's wife had come by. Since they had not seen Long Shui, Chun Xiang said that she had gone to play by herself. Chun Xiang didn't dare to keep the ring on his finger right now, and placed it inside the Divine Sense Sea. Otherwise, he would be discovered by the powerful DS. Let's go. As long as we can get a high score in the second round, the final victory will be ours. Devil-killing Heavenly D was extremely confident as he led Chun Xiang and the others towards all divine palaces. Dad, we scored so many points in the first round. I feel that the second round will definitely be targeted. Zhu Chao said, they will definitely target us. If we can easily get first place, then there won't be any more challenges. Devil-killing Heavenly D was not the least bit worried. I will tell you the truth. The second round is not being presided over by penalty Heavenly God, but rather it is a Heavenly God who is very close to Wealth Divine Palace. Ren Tianyong frowned. I've heard of this guy before. He's not some good stuff. Devil-killing Heavenly D nodded his head. That's right, this BASTARD has a very good relations. HI plus P with the G, O, D of fortune, and the rules for the second round are also set by him, so he will definitely make things difficult for us. But in that situation, if we can still get first place, that will be even better. Devil-killing Heavenly Geode had already been informed that this time they were not heading towards the giant arena from before, but to another place, still above all divine palaces. Devil-killing Heavenly D had already been informed that this time they were not heading towards the giant arena from before, but to another place, still above all divine palaces. Each level of the all divine palaces was not simple at all, the most famous being the 18 levels of purgatory, which were all prepared for the D of heaven. Furthermore, the war D's trial was also in there, which contained all sorts of scenes, all of them used to test one's strength. The second round of the compet. 1. Tie-in was a collaboration between teams. Devil-killing Heavenly D guessed that they might use it for either purgatory or the training grounds of the war God. The divine DS and their disciples had gathered at the first level of all divine palaces. After arriving, they would follow the penalty Heavenly D into a stone room where they could be teleported to. Not long after, Qin Xiang and the others arrived at a barren land. Devil-killing Heavenly D said, "This is still inside all divine palaces. This should be a training ground." It was only the first time that Chen Xiang and the others had been to this place, and they couldn't help but be surprised. This was only the first floor of the all divine palaces, but the inside was so wide that they couldn't see the end of it. An old man dressed in a white robe suddenly appeared in the sky. He said loudly, "I am the hall master of all divine palaces, the second round of the compet. 1. Tie-in will begin here." This old man was the Zhong Gaoshan who had a good relations. I plus P with wealth divine palace. Looking at his kind eyes, he did not seem like a bad guy. Isn't this the war D's training field? Although it's just a part of the war D's training field, it's still quite taxing for a true D. He had already decided that he did not want the true DS to continue joining in the fun here. Zhong Gaoshan chuckled. "If you're worried that a true D will die here, you can choose not to. I have yet to announce the details. You just wait patiently." This is the training ground of the second phase of the war D. As long as one is able to complete the mission, the minimum score will be 2 points, while the true profound and the D of heaven can all stay at this training field. This mission is not too difficult. Only with the strength of a true with the help of a profound it will not be difficult to complete it. This level has a limit of 5 spots. You should carefully consider which combination you want to send into this level. Devil-killing Heavenly D thought for a moment, then said, "Old Ten, you, the little Baldy, and Tai Chong are here. The rest will go to the other levels." There were only 3 true DS from the devil-killing divine palace, and there was still one more from the profound D on this floor. Clearly, this was to reduce the number of points the devil-killing divine palace received. But devil-killing Heavenly D had made this arrangement. In other words, he was going to send Chen Xiang to another floor. Next up is the war D Stage 4 trial. There are 5 slots, and the lowest 4 can be obtained if you complete the corresponding mission on this level. Little s, Hi, plus, go with Qin Xiang. The devil-killing Heavenly D said, "Chen Xiang was only a true but he was actually going to train at the place where the level 4 martial immortal assessment was held. I know what I'm doing. You guys will definitely score." The reason why devil-killing Heavenly D arranged things like this was to let Rin Tianyong, Yuan Baibing, and the fat 5th brother to go to a higher place to get more points. Next is the Warg D level 6 exam. If you can get 6 points, you'll get 5 spots, the 6th phase of the War D's trial. This was something else entirely different from the Sky D level. Fatty, 5th little soldier, Tianyong, you 3 go. Don't die. Rin Tianyong and the other two had very serious expressions because this floor was very dangerous. Finally, the warg. Oh, D level 9 training field. The lowest score is 9 and the number of spots is 5. Zhu Chao, the 4 of them are going to this place. Only who is AG-OD could make it to stage 9 of the Ward G-OD's training field. Now, he actually told Zhu Chao and the others to go, all for the sake of getting a higher score. Right now, the various shrines were discussing about what to do, and the devil-killing divine palace had long planned it all out. You did not go to that place to pass the A assessment, so the difficulty is not as high as you imagined. When you go in, you will obtain a map, and as long as you complete the mission together, you might be able to get a higher score. When you guys go in, we will have the divine DS of the divine halls drip their blood onto the divine beads and dye them with the blood. This way, they won't be able to copy it. When you come out, the divine DS will be able to discern your own blood energy, so there will be no cheating. As long as it was penalty heavenly D who released them, everyone was at ease because penalty heavenly D had never been partial to any side. If you find these pearls, you can come back. The corresponding training field will give you the corresponding points, and if you find 1 pearl, you will be able to come back. Each hall can only calculate a maximum of 5 pearls. Each shrine had 5 spots at different levels of the training field. Even if a few of them entered, they would be able to get a lot of points if they found the same amount of pearls. Although there are many pearls in there, if I go alone to look for them, it will definitely be difficult. This way, we will need to work together. Zhonggushan said, the rules weren't too harsh. It was just that the disciples that came from the devil-killing divine palace were few and far between. If it wasn't for the matters with the Devil Yang Valley, there was no lack of low-level disciples in the devil-killing divine palace. 10th, keep an eye on them. Try your best to find the 5 pearls and bring them back. The 10th elder didn't normally talk much. With a simple and honest smile, he nodded his head, then patted Xiao Chao's bald head and walked into the transmission array with Xiao Chou. The other halls were also arranged by the profound D, and the true D to enter the Ward D Stage 2 training field. Xiao S, H, I, plus Qinxiang, it's just the 2 of you, so I don't need you to find all the pearls. It's enough to get 2 of them. Tianyong, the 3 of you have to get 3 as well. The devil-killing heavenly D's expression was extremely serious as he said to Zhu Chao and the other 2, this Ward D Stage 9 trial field is very dangerous. You all must obtain at least 2 of them before you can leave. They could only calculate the score of 5 beads at most. Now, the devil-killing heavenly D did not need them to get all of the beads. As long as they could get more or less, they could leave the training grounds, because this Ward D Stadium was not a playground. Qinxiang and W-A and G genes, H-I plus S group also had relatively weaker overall strength, because W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus was a woman, and Qinxiang wasn't even a profound G-O-D. The time limit is 1 month. We just have to wait patiently here. Zhong Gaoyan smiled. Don't worry, penalty heavenly G-O-D has already brought his disciple in to supervise. If there's any crime in killing and stealing, penalty heavenly G-O-D will definitely throw them in divine prison. The disciples of the various halls all entered the training field, and the 9 stages of the training field were filled with experts. The 4 disciples of the G-O-D of Fortune all entered the training field, and the G-O-D of Fortune's requirements for them were very strict. Qinxiang and W-A-N-G genes H.I plus were teleported to a stone forest. Around them were many strange stones that had been erected everywhere. There were no flowers or trees. It was completely lifeless. Qinxiang and W-A-N-G genes H-I plus were teleported to a stone forest. Around them were many strange stones that had been erected everywhere. There were no flowers or trees. It was completely lifeless. Senior sister, why did Master arrange for us to be together? Did he have some other purpose? Chun Xiang could not understand why devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. would do this. His strength was very weak, and W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus was a woman. It was them, the two weakest, who were actually placed together. Furthermore, they were in the middle of the War G.O.D. stage for a trial field. I don't know. The three of them may be able to go to a higher training field, but you and I are the best here. It might be more wasteful for you to stay in the second section of the training field, and your strength alone isn't enough. So let me accompany you. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus laughed. You can't be thinking that Master intends to match us, right? Chun Xiang was startled, then laughed. Where is it? Do we look like we are compatible? Moreover, I already have a wife. It's not like I don't know Master. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus took out the smoke sword, looked at the scorching sun, and sighed. I finally have the chance to use this sword. Even if they were in this place, W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus did not dare to use the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques because the divine G.O.D.s were very powerful. Suddenly, a jade plate fell from the sky. There was a map drawn on it. There were 5 marks on the board, and it was the location of the 5 beads. The location of each of those pearls is further away than the previous one. I wonder if I can get 2 of them within a month's time. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus asked, Can your spatial energy be used here? Chun Xiang shook his head. No, the SPAC here is sealed with time. We can only walk over. Senior apprentice sister, do you have that sort of magic treasure? It's just that its speed is extremely fast, and it'll be able to reach its destination in an instant. Chun Xiang missed the azure dragon cloak. The speed of the cloak was very scary. Only now did he realize that the cloak was not an ordinary thing. Even Yuan Baibing would find it hard to refine. I have a flying treasure, but it's not fast. Also, do you think we can really fly over and retrieve the bead? If that's really the case, then it's too easy. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus said, The War G.O.D's trial field that I went to previously is extremely scary. The reason why you feel safe now is because the place we teleported to is safe. Chun Xiang saw that the surroundings were extremely quiet. There were no beasts around. It was indeed abnormal, and it was not as scary as the legend said. Let's go. We'll go to the nearest place to retrieve the bead. If it's really dangerous, you can just run according to the situation. You can't use your spatial energy right now. It's very dangerous. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus also felt that this mission was extremely difficult to complete. Senior sister, I'm sorry for dragging you down. Chun Xiang said somewhat helplessly. Don't say that. Master must have let you be with me because he thinks we can help each other. Also, you have so many tricks up your sleeve. So perhaps you might be able to help me out a lot. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus chuckled. Don't worry, even though I, your senior sister, am a woman, I am not as weak as I seem to be. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus waved the smoke sword in his hand a few times, making him even more confident. After Chun Xiang stood up, he released the Heaven Tour method and released many wisps of his soul to wander around, to guard against sudden danger. If it was before, Chun Xiang was a little worried that his own strength would be too weak, but now that Long Shui was in the Yinyao ring, if that really wasn't possible, he could directly borrow Long Shui's power. If it was before, Chun Xiang was a little worried that his strength would be too weak, but now that Long Shui was in the ring, if that really wasn't possible, he could directly use Long Shui's power. Chun Xiang took out the middle-grade pill furnace that Yuan Baibing had given him. When W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus saw it, he asked curiously, You want to concoct pills? Chun Xiang laughed. It's nothing. I've even tried refining pills in an even worse environment. What I'm trying to do now is to refine pills, not ordinary pills. It's very different from the pills you've seen before. Oh, what pill? What's the difference? W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus S face was filled with curiosity. She already knew that Chen Xiang's pill refining skills were extraordinary. I call this pill the weapon pill. It can be used to attack like a weapon, but it is usually a one-time use pill with a great power. For example, this. Chen Xiang took out a destruction ice, Seal Dan, and threw it down the frisbee. However, this type of ice was very weak and the true D would be able to easily destroy it. This was because this pill was refined a long time ago by Chen Xiang, and it did not have a lot of power. I refined this in the 9-heaven world. At that time, the quality of the materials were relatively low, so its power was only this much. If placed in the DS realm, it would not even amount to much. So I plan to use the materials here to refine stronger ones. Chun Xiang said, "When I'm fighting others, I'll throw one on their body, hee. This is a good item, just like the divine talisman. However, the process of refining a divine talisman is very complicated, and the price is very expensive as well as the materials required. Normally, I don't even want to use it. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus said somewhat excitedly, "When the time comes, sell me some. I will collect them at a high price." "Senior sister, who are you and me? What are you talking about selling? I'll just send you off." Chen Xiang snickered and took out some of the materials for him to refine the weapon pill. Seeing Chen Xiang take out a pot of fiery red liquid, W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus frowned. "Isn't this from those demons?" "That's right. These liquids are all good stuff. I have collected a lot of them, and it will be enough for me to use for a long time." "That's right. These liquids are all good stuff, and I have collected a lot of them, and it will be enough for me to use them for a long time." At that time, I had tested the strength of the weapons, and the pills that were refined were pretty good. Now, I have to refine stronger ones and refine ones that possess spiritual lights. Fortunately, I have this pill furnace. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to try it out recklessly. With a spiritual light pill, a fierce collision was required. The other, normal pills were already extremely powerful, not to mention this kind of extremely explosive pill. Its might was difficult to imagine. "Hurry up and refine it. Let me see how it looks like." W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was looking forward to it. Right now, Chen Xiang had not only refined these kinds of soldier pills with normal compressed energy, he had also used the fastest time to condense these pills and engrave tests that were even more stimulating inside and out. This was the most difficult part. Right now, Chen Xiang had not only refined these kinds of soldier pills with normal compressed energy, he had also used the fastest time to condense these pills and engrave tests that were even more stimulating inside and out. This was the most difficult part. You don't have to fly that fast. It's best for you to fly slower. As long as I refine this thing, if you use it well, your overall strength will increase a lot. Chen Xiang suddenly took out a big book and started to look through it. This divine book was a good thing left behind by the 9 divine kings. It contained many powerful divine formations and spirit grayness, and the women of Lu Menger's group also had great breakthroughs in refining because they had grasped so many powerful divine formations and spirit grayness. You refine this kind of soldier pill the same way you refine the divine talismans. Do you need to inscribe something on it? W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus saw that Chen Xiang was studying some complicated spirit grain and asked. Chen Xiang nodded his head. The spirit grayness are very useful. You should be clear that after the transformation of the spirit grayness, normal energy can have all kinds of different powers and become even more powerful. The spirit grayness are like a human's brain and soul, controlling the flow of their energy. If not, with just a body of brute force, it would be useless for them to not know how to use it. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus raised her eyebrows. Little junior brother, you aren't starting to study these spirit grain right now, are you? I've seen it before, but I want to learn a few more powerful spirit grain. After all, this is the GODS realm, and they are much stronger than us. Chen Xiang knew what WANG genes HI plus was worried about and laughed. Don't worry, my learning ability is very strong. I won't take too long. Regarding this point, WANG genes HI plus did not doubt that it would take them a lot of time to learn the 7 devil-slain kung fu, not to mention their group of disciples. Even the previous 2 batches of disciples from devil-killing heavenly GODS had all failed to learn the 7 devil-slain kung fu, but Chen Xiang had learned it with just a few moves. In order to allow Chen Xiang to refine such a powerful soldier pellet, WANG genes HI plus flew very slowly, and even though he was still in the stone forest, he did not encounter any danger. After Chen Xiang read the Spirit Grain S for an entire day and night, he finally closed the book. He found a few sets of Spirit Grain S from above and felt that they were all suitable to be used on the soldier pellet. Before, when he refined the Annihilating Ice Seal Dan and the GOD Fire Destruction Pill, their attack range was very wide. Without concentration of power, the effect of dealing with a single target was very weak, and many divine talismans were the same. But now, if he were to forge a battle pill, the explosive power would have to be concentrated in a very small area, creating a very strong destructive force. The prowess would be even greater, and unlike the previous times when he had to dodge at close range, he would still have to avoid the attack. Explosive flame pill. Chen Xiang already had a general idea of what it was, and immediately put a pot of fiery red liquid into the pill furnace. It was a type of demonic liquid that belonged to the fire element. The combination of the spirit grain in the explosive grate formation should be able to help me refine the explosive flaming pill that I'm satisfied with. Chen Xiang was also looking forward to see how the refinement process would turn out. After Chen Xiang purified the basin of liquid, it was reduced by half. The remaining liquid contained pure flame power S and had turned into liquid. The liquid inside the furnace started to bubble and was already boiling. Under Chen Xiang's constant compression, it gradually shrank and became solid. Seeing this, Chen Xiang divided it into 3 parts and then used the method of refining Lingguang Dan and let the 3 clumps of fiery red mud violently collide. A rumbling sound suddenly came out, causing WANG genes HI plus to scream in shock. Her flying discs also started to tremble violently. She reacted quickly and stabilized her flying discs. Chen Xiang never thought that there would be such a strong reaction when he clashed with the beast. Although it was the same for the Lingguang Dan he was refining previously, he was using a low-grade pill furnace, and the pill furnace he was using now was a mid-grade divine furnace that was worth several million gold coins. It could only be said that this was because the strength generated from refining a soldier pill was even greater. This method consumes a lot of pill furnaces. It seems that I need to find a better pill furnace to refine this kind of weapon pill. When Chen Xiang saw that a sun-like little pill had been formed inside the furnace, he knew that it was a success. Right now, what he needed to do was to quickly engrave some of the spirit grain S, stabilize the berserk energy inside the pellet, and seal it. At the same time, he would allow the spirit grain S to fuse with that ball of energy, making that ball of energy become even more powerful. Youngest junior brother, is your pill furnace all right? No matter what, it is a medium-grade divine furnace and can be considered very good. For it to have such a commotion, it seems the soldier pills you refined are very powerful. WANG genes HI plus became even more excited. You haven't even been an hour and you're already about to condense a pill. The refining speed is much faster than I imagined. It will take at least a few days for second brother to refine a divine talisman. Chen Xiang had already understood before that if he were to become proficient in it in the future, this kind of military pill would be refined much faster than the divine talisman. The technique of carving the ray on the pellet was not difficult for Qinxiang. He had often refined this kind of pellet before, but now that he wanted to inscribe the spirit grain S, it took a lot of effort and energy, and he needed to condense his spirit power into visible threads, connecting the inside and outside of the pellet that had not solidified into a pattern. A powerful divine formation required many sets of profound spirit grain S to form, so it required a large amount of energy and time. Qinxiang took a full 6 hours to complete it, and at this time he also felt a bit dizzy, so he quickly consumed a few pills to recover. Success, W-A-N-G genes, H-I, plus wiped Qinxiang's perspiration and asked, "Yes, I should have succeeded. I can start the furnace now." Qinxiang smiled slightly. "I'm not familiar with it yet, so I took quite a bit of time. It's still very tiring. W-A-N-G genes, H-I, plus opened the pill furnace and did not feel any strong qi. She took out a bead that was emitting red light and looked at it carefully. The explosive flame pill was like the red day when he went down the mountain. On the surface, however, there were many very small spirit grain S. Although these spirit grain were very complicated, they did not look messy at all. This is called explosive flame pill. Qinxiang took it from W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus S hands, and started to carefully look at his work. "How powerful is it?" W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus really wanted to try. Qinxiang shook his head. "I don't know either. This thing is not like the ones I refined before. I made it before. It was placed in a certain place with a very large covering area. The power is not concentrated in that place. This thing will be concentrated in a very small area. Its power is very strong. As for the specifics, I'll have to give it a try. After I rest up, I'll fly out of this stone forest and try to find something." W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus nodded and also took out a few low-rank holy fruits for Qinxiang to eat, so he could quickly recover, and then he could test the power of the explosive flaming pill. W-A-N-G genes.H.I plus brought Qinxiang and flew out of the stone woods, but just as they left, they felt a terrible stench approaching them, followed by a low growl. W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus brought Qinxiang and flew out of the stone woods, but just as they left, they felt a terrible stench approaching them, followed by a low growl. "Senior sister, when you entered this warg." "Oh, training field before. You usually met something that killed you. When Qinxiang smelled the stench, he had a bad premonition. This was the training ground of a 4th stage war G. Oh, D, even a profound G. Oh, D like W. A-N-G genes. H-I plus had to be cautious. The more powerful ones in the training grounds are usually the kind of demons that are locked up here." W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus said. "Most of them were brought in by the penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D, these demons. Are they all profound G? Oh, D?" Qinxiang felt that he had still underestimated this kind of war G. Oh, D trial field. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus nodded. They are profound G. Oh, D. All of them are fellows who have made a mistake. They were originally meant to go to H-E-L. But since they honestly admitted their wrongs, they're imprisoned in this kind of place. Actually, these fellows were only able to throw them in when they handed over quite a bit of divine money and their strengths were not bad. I threw it here to test you guys. Qinxiang thought that this method was not too good. If they were to come in and die at the hands of these villains, wouldn't that mean they had died unjustly? Profound G. Oh, DS with decent strength usually enter the war G. Oh, D trial and don't die. Although there are some unlucky fellows who die here. That is a very rare occurrence, unless you enter a training field that is outside of your limits. For example, right now, W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus saw that Qinxiang's face was a little ugly, so he giggled. "I'm just scaring you. I'm also a stage for martial immortal now, so I can still easily deal with it. Moreover, little junior brother, you have so many tricks up your sleeves. What are you afraid of?" So you've been here before. Chin Xiang remembered that the first time he had met W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus, he had heard that she was a level 4 martial immortal. I've been to this training field before, but not here, so I'm not familiar with this place either. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus wrinkled his nose. The stench was getting thicker, and the low growls were getting clearer. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like there was a ferocious beast nearby. Chin Xiang said, "Although my explosive flame pill is powerful if used against profound God whose strength is about the same as yours, I'm afraid that it won't work." He's coming. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus quickly grabbed Chin Xiang's arm and pulled him to the side. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus dodged, only to see her frisbee smashed into pieces by a black shadow that was swooping down from the sky. That black figure only appeared for an instant before disappearing. This made Chin Xiang recall the first time he encountered the Azure Dragon when he was at the second bane of Divine Prison, and how fast the Azure Dragon at that time was. The black shadow he saw now was probably only slightly slower than the Green Dragon. However, W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus was able to discover, and even brought him to avoid it. It had to be said that W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus was not as weak as she looked on the surface, and was also a very strong woman. "You're sneaking around, come out," W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus shouted loudly. The smoke sword suddenly appeared, and was tightly held by her. "It's been a long time since I've seen a delicate beauty. It looks like the taste must be pretty good. I really like eating these kinds of female, profound God. Just thinking about it makes me drool." The voice laughed. The one emitting the stench and low growls wasn't a ferocious beast, but a villain who liked to eat human flesh. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus took out a small ice pearl and stuffed it into Chin Xiang's hands. "Take this. You'll have to pay attention to this later. Don't get ambushed by this guy." Chin Xiang also didn't know what used W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus gave him the ice pearl, but just when he wanted to ask, he felt the stench suddenly become very strong, and then he was dragged away by W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus. Seal. With W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus a shout, an extremely thick layer of ice suddenly appeared outside of Chin Xiang, and some demon-slaying spirit grain even appeared on top of the ice. The reason why W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus did that was also to protect Chin Xiang, because the main target of the cannibal villain was Chin Xiang, and it was to disturb W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus. This ice seal will be able to hold on for a period of time. It's enough for me to deal with this B.A.S.T.A.R.D. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus transmitted to Chin Xiang, and then in a flash he disappeared. Now Chin Xiang understood that the ice pearl W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus had given him just now was for the sake of preventing frostbite. The thick ice that had sealed him was attacked by a very powerful force, but was blocked by the Devil Slayer's spirit grain outside the layer of ice. The thick ice that W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus had released was also very strong. "You are from the devil-killing Divine Palace." Seeing those demons slaying spirit grain, the villain was a little shocked. The ice that W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus had released in such a short time was able to resist his attack, so it could be seen that W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus was stronger than him. "Not bad, I'll send you to H.E.L.L. A wave of snow floated over, and W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus appeared from within the drifting snow, as if she was A.G.O. deaths formed from ice and snow. The villain thought that W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. Plus had been beaten away by him just now, but did not expect that he would appear in such a manner. When he was about to attack, he discovered that his entire body was stiff, unable to move. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus did not use her smoke sword, but used her powerful ice divine power to create an ice sword and pierce through the evil being's forehead. Break. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus S fist was wrapped in a layer of ice. It looked extremely stiff as it smashed into the villain's head and smashed it into pieces. After that, she threw out a few punches at lightning speed. The villains who were frozen by the ice were shattered by W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus S punches just like that. You want to eat me with a guy like that? Go dream in H-E-L-L. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus kicked the villain out of the wreckage. With a wave of his hand, W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus retracted the ice that had sealed his body. The ice quickly turned into a silver-white river and flowed into his body. Senior apprentice sister, your icy divine power is so powerful. It can actually block such a powerful attack. Chen Xiang handed over the pearl that W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus had given him earlier. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus laughed. You can keep this pearl, but it might be useful in the future. To tell you the truth, this is my innate divine power. Usually when I dance with the sword, I can only scare others. My strongest point is still the ice magic force. Chun Xiang put away the pearl properly and laughed. It seems that it won't be that easy to bite senior sister. What? You want to eat me too? W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus smiled and rubbed Chen Xiang's head before taking out a flying disc. I want to eat it, but I can't. Chen Xiang sat on the frisbee and gave the explosive flaming pill to W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus. When you can bite, try again. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus laughed as she played with the explosive flame pill. This time, Chen Xiang was a little disappointed that he did not see the might of the explosive flame pill. The flying disc that W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus took out was a lot slower, but it was too fast for Chen Xiang, so he quickly distanced himself from the stone forest. In front of him was a mountain range, shrouded in dense fog. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus took out the jade tablet with a map drawn on it and said, "The closest bead is inside here, so it should be the most dangerous place within." In front of him was a mountain range, shrouded in dense fog. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus took out the jade tablet with the map drawn on it and said, "The closest bead is inside here, so it should be the most dangerous place within." Chun Xiang said in a somewhat depressed manner, "My strength is so weak. I can't even help much by coming here. And I'm dragging you down as well." If the SPAC here wasn't sealed, Chen Xiang wouldn't be able to help much, but he would at least not be a burden to W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus. All right, stop blaming yourself. Although you won't be able to play any role, you can stay with me. Also, maybe Master brought you here to broaden your horizons. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus gently caressed Chen Xiang's head, as if he was comforting a child. This made W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus smile even more sweetly. The more W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus said this, the more Chen Xiang felt apologetic in his heart. This was the first time he felt that he was a burden, even though it was understandable. "Leave everything to me. I've Pa-S," said the level 4 warg. "Oh, D-trial. Even if it's me alone, I can easily deal with it." W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus looked ahead. Although she was smiling mischievously, she was on guard against all four sides. This is not a Ward G. Oh, D-trial, but a compet. 1. Tie-in that has lasted for 1,000,000 years. Although that all Divine Palace's palace master said it was easy, I do not believe his lies. Chun Xiang said, Just as the flying discs entered the dense fog, W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus stood up, his brows knitted tightly. Be careful, I feel that there are many terrifying things hidden inside. Chun Xiang immediately became vigilant, looked around silently and released his soul. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus, who was originally laughing and talking, suddenly became so serious. He knew that the situation here was not normal. Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang. Don't you think that the power of spatial laws can help you make another breakthrough? You have already come to the G-O-D-S realm. The S-P-A-C here was originally different from the one in the Nine-Heaven world. And there are also many large-scale divine city here that have super divine formations that seal S-P-A-S. Your spatial laws are too weak. They are basically useless here. I think it's time for you to try breaking through to the S-P-A-C laws. Now is a good time. Chun Xiang looked at W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus S back figure. Now he could only trust W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus to protect him. In this kind of place, even if he wanted to escape, it would be useless. He had fused with the spatial rule spiritual bead, but only because of the laws of S-P-A-C was he able to use the spatial energy to break through the limitations of S-P-C. As for the specific usage of spatial energy, he needed to comprehend it on his own before he could break through more restrictions. Chun Xiang began to comprehend the spatial laws. He felt that his body was a little cold, and he immediately understood that W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus had used her innate ability to freeze him, as if she was protecting him. The power of this innate technique should be the strongest power she has. Now that it's being used to protect me, a lot of her power will be weakened. Chun Xiang, who was sealed in ice, felt his surroundings tremble. It was obvious that W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was engaged in battle. She's fighting with a few guys. Your senior sister is indeed very strong. The guys she's facing are all much stronger than the ones we met back then, but she can handle them herself. Long Shui never thought that W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus would be so strong. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was currently being besieged outside, and there was no one who could help him right now. It could be said that it was more dangerous, while Chun Xiang was being frozen. Chun Xiang, who was initially very anxious, suddenly quieted down. He knew very well that the more he panicked, the more useless it was. What he needed to do now was to calm down quickly and properly comprehend the power of the spatial laws. The restrictions here are somewhat similar to those in the divine prison. They also have a layer of time formation, S added, to disrupt the balance of time and S-P-A-C here. The spatial energy that I use uses time on the outside, so coming to this place where time is disturbed, coupled with the fact that S-P-A-C is sealed, it is difficult for me to unleash my spatial energy. If I want to break through the seal, I must master the time laws like the Azure Dragon. Looks like I can only try using the time changes in the 7 devil-slain Kung Fu. I'll also try using the time in the Heavenly Alchemy to see if there's any breakthrough in the grasp of time. Chun Xiang already had a general idea of what was happening. He did not need to control time, nor did he need to use time energy. As long as he could understand the laws of time circulation where he resided, he could coordinate with his spatial energy and circulate the spatial energy around him, allowing him to break through S-P-A-C. I also need to increase the power of my S-P-A-C laws. This place should be a joint arrangement by the G-O-D of the shrine. My S-P-A-C law is too weak. Even if I can control the flow of time here, using the power of the S-P-A-C law won't be able to break through the shackles of S-P-A-C. Chun Xiang calmed his heart down and began to combine the Heavenly Alchemy and the 7 devil-slain Kung Fu to familiarize himself with the time here. As long as he could capture the chaotic time movements here, It was possible for him to combine the spatial energy to break the spatial seal here. Chun Xiang, who was immersed in comprehension, did not notice the flow of time. Even the disturbance from outside could not wake him up. Chun Xiang only felt that he was lying in darkness, but there were a lot of floating black ribbons of energy beneath his body. He couldn't see them, but he could feel them. Even though I have fused with the spatial rule spiritual bead, I have never been able to understand what kind of power is spatial energy. It is just a rule that allows me to break through space at will, using spatial energy to carry out unnatural spatial transformations, such as taking things out from space, teleporting things in the air. But is this really the true way of using spatial energy? It should be, but it isn't everything that I use the power of space. There should be a lot of space waiting for me to explore. The frozen Qin Xiang, in the process of comprehending, had already gradually gained some clarity. Unknowingly, the power of the spatial laws he used had already become stronger. How is it? Qin Xiang suddenly woke up. As for whether he could break through the spatial seal, he was not very sure. He just wanted to give it a try. You've slept for more than 10 days, and this woman has been carrying you everywhere. She's fought everywhere, and she's already killed dozens of groups of villains, and she's still fighting outside. She hasn't even rested yet, and the power of a level 4 warg. Oh, D is truly terrifying. She should be able to become AG. Oh, D soon. Long Shui said she should be able to go to the level 5 Martial Immortals training field. How are you? It looks like you're in good shape. You should have gotten something. Chun Xiang had indeed obtained some benefits, but he didn't know how it would turn out right now. He wanted to give it a try, and when he found out that WANG genes HI plus had been trying for more than 10 days and couldn't even make it through, he felt really bad. He used the Heaven Tour method, and his divine power covered the entire area, quickly finding WANG genes HI plus. She was currently using her already weakened divine power to fight against the 5 red-robed elders. Senior sister, let me try. If I can't move you to my side, when you feel my spatial force, don't resist it. If you succeed, then quickly withdraw the power that sealed me, and I will use spatial force to take you away. WANG genes HI plus had just heard Chun Xiang's sound transmission, and she immediately sensed Qin Xiang's spatial energy. This made her extremely happy. Qin Xiang never thought that he would actually succeed with a thought. WANG genes HI plus appeared by his side. WANG genes HI plus immediately withdrew his innate ability. Qin Xiang anxiously pulled her back and teleported, at the same time releasing SPAC domain, allowing him and WANG genes HI plus to produce an alternate power in the air. Although they were still walking around in the SPAC, it had nothing to do with the SPAC. This way, their auras would be completely concealed and would not be discovered. If it was outside, Chun Xiang would be able to do it easily, but in the divine prison, and in this place, it was impossible for him to do it. Senior sister, you must be tired. Qin Xiang saw that WANG genes HI plus was drenched in sweat, and her face was pale white. Not bad. You sure are powerful. In this sort of sealed SPAC, you were able to break through the seal. My master once said that even an Empyrean D would find it hard to do so. WANG genes HI plus could finally take a breath of relief. After taking out a pill and eating it, her beautiful face finally recovered a bit of color. Even if I can't, I still have to. How could I bear to see a beauty sacrifice her life in order to protect me? Chun Xiang laughed. Now that we are safe, we can directly take away those pearls. There's still 17 days left, right? WANG genes HI plus also felt very safe inside Qin Xiang's SPAC. WAC domain. Only she and Qin Xiang were in the teleportation SPAC, so even if they were talking loudly here, as long as they were outside the domain, they would not be able to hear anything, unless Qin Xiang controlled his voice to be heard. Senior sister, I have another idea. Qin Xiang laughed craftily. The villains here are all from profound God, and they are quite strong as well. Hee hee, you know what I mean. No, those fellows have imprints inside their divine deity. Those imprints were left behind by the penalty, heavenly God. If you manage to obtain those divine deity, the penalty, heavenly God, will definitely track you down. WANG genes. HI plus hurriedly shook his head. That's why I didn't dare to take the divine deity when I came here to train. Otherwise, I would have been thrown into the divine prison. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll use a spatial barrier to wrap up the divine deity so that he won't be able to track us. Right now, even if HEL Devil Emperor were to give me the tracing mantra, I wouldn't be afraid of being caught by him. Qin Xiang was very confident in this. He said in a low voice, Senior sister, if you want to get your father out of the divine prison, a large amount of divine money is required. WANG genes. HI plus nodded his head. Little madman, I'm going all out this time. I'll go crazy with you once. Get those pearls, then we'll go hunt for divine deity. WANG genes. H.I plus had worked hard for more than 10 days, but now she could finally relax. Originally, she thought that it would be good if she could obtain 1 pearl, but now it seemed that obtaining all 5 pearls wouldn't be a difficult task. This was because Qin Xiang had made a new breakthrough in the use of the power of the spatial laws. WANG genes. HI plus had worked hard for more than 10 days, but now she could finally relax. Originally, she thought that it would be good if she could obtain 1 pearl, but now it seemed that obtaining all 5 pearls wouldn't be a difficult task. This was because Qin Xiang had made a new breakthrough in the use of the power of the spatial laws. Other than that, they might even be able to get some divine deity to sell. The bead is placed in a cave in that mountain. This mountain is a great formation. This formation has been gathering a large amount of divine energy all year round, so there will be many villains gathered in the vicinity. It will not be easy to enter that cave. WANG genes. HI plus smiled sweetly. If it was before, I would definitely suffer a lot. But now, I should be able to take it away easily. Senior sister, how many villains have you killed before? Qin Xiang only knew that WANG genes. HI plus had killed a man-eating villain. It's not easy to kill them. I only chased them away and brought you with me to escape. WANG genes. HI plus looked at the mountain in front of him, pointed to the side of the mountain, and said, There's a cave there. Do you see it or not? I don't know if there are villains inside. If there are, I will go and pester them. You go and retrieve the bead. After resting for 4 hours, WANG genes. HI plus had fully recovered and was able to cope with the upcoming great battle. Youngest junior brother, can we directly go over now? There are definitely many villains hidden in this forest, and this place is a precious cultivation ground for them. WANG genes. HI plus pulled Qin Xiang's arm. Qin Xiang looked at the mountain cave, estimated the distance, then nodded. It should be possible. WANG genes. HI plus anxiously hugged his waist and laughed. Then let's hurry. Qin Xiang used the power of the spatial laws and instantly teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the mouth of the cave. If WANG genes. HI plus had flown over by himself, he would have been able to move so quickly. However, he would have alarmed the villains around the mountain range, and he would have even been stopped by a few array formations. Is there anything else in there? WANG genes. HI plus whispered to Qin Xiang. Not yet. Qin Xiang still released the SPAC C domain slowed his footsteps and walked forward. The spiritual energy in the cave was very dense, but there was a formation blocking the entrance. Without some ability, it was very difficult to enter. Not long after, Qinxiang and W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus arrived at the end of the cave. On the ground, there was a round bead that was emitting a white light, and although the inside of the bead was red, the outside was emitting a white light, which was very strange. This is it, W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus picked up the bead and sighed a breath of relief. I finally got one. There's movement. The spatial perception domain that Qinxiang had released covered the cave Pa-S sage. At this moment, he could clearly sense that 2 tall men had entered the cave. This should be the place where the spirit pearls are stored in the devil-killing divine palace. They probably haven't come yet. We'll take away the spirit pearls here, and as long as they can't find it, they won't get any points. Senior brother, will the penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D watch? Is this a violation of the rules? Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D is only trying to scare us. If he was watching us get rid of the other 2 disciples from the Divine Hall, he would have already made his move. Qinxiang and W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus could clearly hear their conversation. It's the Fire Divine Palace's War G. Oh, D, he's very strong. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus transmitted to Qinxiang. Try your best to avoid them. If they only have one, I might be able to handle it. The War G. Oh, D of Fire Divine Palace actually knew where to store these beads. Didn't they say that only the penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D knew where to store these beads. I really want to kill these 2. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus clenched her teeth. She was furious in her heart. If penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D did not pay attention to this place, she would have started a Ma.S. Saker as well, but she wanted to focus on the big picture right now. Furthermore, she could only deal with one person. Who's inside? This voice belonged to the senior brother. It was rather rough, and its tone was extremely cold. Quick dodge, W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus anxiously leaned on the wall and pulled Qinxiang over, only to see 2B, ALL, as a fire shooting over, striking on the stone wall at the end, directly piercing through. Who knows how deep it went through? Qinxiang was extremely shocked. He had just released S.P.A.C. domain. He thought that the 2 flames would not penetrate his S.P.A.C. domain, but how could he have known that his S.P.A.C. domain would be instantly destroyed? Haha, it's the little girl from devil-killing Divine Palace, and also that Qinxiang. The voice laughed out loud. Qinxiang and W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus had already seen them and came over in a moment. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus dragged Qinxiang as he dodged left and right, barely dodging, and at the same time shouted angrily, "You guys want to kill us!" Of course. Once he said that, a terrifying flame, Qi, surged forward. Qinxiang anxiously teleported and brought W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus out of the cave. Just as they left the cave, terrifying red flames shot out from the mouth of the cave and a large amount of boiling lava gushed out from the top of the mountain. Let's go, they've already caught up. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus anxiously transmitted to Qinxiang, and Qinxiang also felt the approaching danger and immediately used his spatial energy to teleport. Don't stop, they're chasing us too closely. W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus also didn't know how these 2 Fire Divine Palace S knew the exact direction they were heading, but they had actually chased after them. Now that Qinxiang had experienced the strength of these 2 profound DS, he understood why W.A.N.G. Jeans H.I. plus said that she couldn't handle 2 of them. She was really strong, and he had almost killed them just now. These 2 B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. How dare they use such vicious methods? W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was furious. If she did not have enough people on her side, she would have retaliated and killed the two profound G. ODS. Qin Xiang had teleported with W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus tens of times consecutively, and they were already far from the cave from before. Now, they did not even know where they were. It's safe now. It seems like we have to find the remaining beads, quickly. If we are found by those two guys, then our score will be greatly reduced. When W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus saw that Qin Xiang was extremely tired, he took out a pill and fed it to him. You rest first. They shouldn't be chasing you anymore. Why do they know where our bead is hidden? Could someone have purposely told them where our bead is hidden? Qin Xiang was very suspicious about this. It should be, that fellow is most likely the hall master of the all divine palaces. Besides this B-A-S-T-A-R-D, who else would the penalty heavenly G, O, D do such a thing to reduce their price? W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus S face was full of anger. You saw it too, those two fellows earlier actually wanted to kill us. Humph, since it's like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. If they hadn't run fast, W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus and Qin Xiang would very likely have been killed by the two Fire Divine Palace S just now. These two guys are really strong. Why didn't I see them appear in the compet? One Tian? At that time, Qin Xiang had also observed them very carefully, especially towards the Fire Divine Palace S, H-LL Divine Palace S, and the S of the Divine Halls. Hence, his impression of these two profound G-O-D-S was very deep. It seems that our devil-killing Divine Palace has been scammed by those shrines. We have to be extra careful. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus frowned. We better hurry and retrieve the bead in front of those two fellows. They should have Pa S, said the level 5 War G. Oh, D's assessment, their strength is much stronger than me, and when the two of them teamed up to deal with me, I'm not their match at all. Qin Xiang recovered very quickly. In just an hour, he had already recovered to his peak condition. I have confirmed your position. I will now guide you to the next location. When Qin Xiang recovered from his rest, he walked around and determined their location. Qin Xiang used teleportation techniques and continuously teleported. Right now, he was not being hunted down, so his teleportation was not so continuous. There would be a pause in between, and in his mouth there was even a pill. It had only been 3 days, but they had already found the 4th bead. The entire journey was extremely easy because Qin Xiang had the spatial strength, so they did not meet any villains blocking their way. Even if they met him, Qin Xiang could easily avoid them. The last one. Take the last one, and we'll go back and tell Master about this as soon as possible. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus held back his anger and had no place to vent it. He could only go out and tell devil-killing heavenly G. Oh, D to help prevent it out. The 5th bead was placed on a small mountain. On top of it was a platform. It was constructed by humans. When Qin Xiang and W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus arrived, they did not see anyone, but just as they were about to go to the origin beads, 3 black figures suddenly jumped out. Leave it to me. Looking at these 3 auras, W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus felt that they were not very strong and that he could handle them. Previously, Qin Xiang said that he wanted to kill a few villains and get a few divine deities. However, because of the sudden appearance of the Fire Divine Palaces, powerful, profound GOD, they had no choice but to change their plans and return early. They were facing the greatest danger here, and it was not these powerful villains, but the Fire Divine Palace S. Now W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus also wanted to get rid of these 3 villains and take out their divine deity. Qin Xiang received the bead, but W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus and the 3 villains were already battling in the distance. because of the two profound G-O-D-S-W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus had been holding back her anger for the past few days. Now that she had coincidentally met 3 villains, she completely vented her anger on them. Chen Xiang immediately rushed over, as he was trying to retrieve his divine deity. Taking out the divine deity also required some means. Otherwise, if one were to accidentally destroy the divine sense C, the divine deity would also dissipate. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus carefully took out the 3 divine deities. Just as she and Chen Xiang were B-R-I-M-M-I-N-G with joy, the 2 familiar scorching auras suddenly appeared. Fire Divine Palace of the Fire Divine Palace had come. They were also at this place, and W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus felt that it was not a coincidence. You actually killed them. Do you know that they are profound G-O-D-S of our Fire Divine Palace? That relatively tall middle-aged man said coldly, You killed the profound G-O-D of my Fire Divine Palace. Pay with your life. But W-N-G genes to H.I plus felt that it was not so, because during the battle, the 3 profound GODS did not use the Fire Divine Palace's cultivation methods at all, and did not even use the power of fire. But W-A-N-G genes H-I plus felt that it was not so, because during the battle, the 3 profound GODS did not use the Fire Divine Palace's cultivation methods at all, and did not even use the power of fire. Huoliao, Huolai, it really is you 2 brothers. Although you 2 have disguised yourselves, I recognize you 2. Just as W-A-N-G genes H-I plus said this, a flaming long blade appeared in the hands of the 2 brothers and hacked towards Chen Xiang and W-A-N-G genes H-I plus. W-A-N-G genes H-I plus had thought that Chen Xiang would teleport and bring her away, but he did not. It was obvious that something unexpected happened, but she still quickly reacted, using her own ability to release an ice wall, in the nick of time to block the 2 blades. Her innate divine ability could form very solid layers of ice, but the ice wall had already been split open. What's wrong? W-A-N-G genes H-I plus asked quickly. I don't know. My teleportation failed. Chen Xiang's face turned ugly. It was okay before, but now it is not. Seeing Chen Xiang's change in expression, Huoliao sneered. Brat, your spatial force is rather strong, but we were already prepared for it. W-A-N-G genes H-I plus suddenly understood that the 3 villains who had lost their divine deity must have come here to set up some array. Huoliao and Hua Lai had long been lying in ambush here. You guys are really despicable. Huoliao, Huolai, you 2 are famous war G-O-D-S. W-A-N-G genes H-I plus scolded angrily. She had already sealed Chen Xiang with her life ability. W-A-N-G genes H-I plus had to face an enormous pressure from facing these 2 powerful stage 5 warg. ODS. Chen Xiang was even more worried, and at the same time he was staring at Huolai and Huoliao with anger. Zhonggao Shan, you must have done it. Just you wait. Chen Xiang was furious to the extreme. It was impossible for penalty, Heavenly G-O-D to leak out the location of those beads. As the Hall Master of the All-Divine Palaces, Zhonggao Shan could definitely get this information out of penalty, Heavenly G-O-D. Since the penalty, Heavenly G-O-D didn't pay attention to this place, then it must be because Zhonggao Shan purposely distracted the penalty, Heavenly G-O-D's attention so that the Fire Divine Palace could make a move. W-A-N-G genes H-I plus used his smoke sword and fought with Huoliao Huolai not too far away. Through the layer of ice, Chen Xiang could clearly see that W-A-N-G genes H-I plus had already been madly hacked several times, with blood continuously flowing out. I won't lend you my power. I will forcibly break the spatial seal set up by those two fellows. Long Shui said, "If you don't save your senior sister, she will die." After Long Shui finished speaking, Qin Xiang immediately felt a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar power surge into his body. This kind of feeling made Qin Xiang feel an indescribable beauty. It was the first time that he felt the power within his supreme Ji. D-bone being stimulated, causing the strength of his body and soul to surge explosively by multiple times. Shui, how did you become so strong? Qin Xiang reckoned that Long Shui's strength had already reached the profound Ji. D-realm. I possess a supreme dragon blood. Don't look down on me, especially since I have just awakened a little of the memories of the primordial era. Long Shui urged her. Hurry up and go save your senior sister. Was already heavily injured, and one of her arms had almost been chopped off. She had used her own innate ability to protect Qin Xiang and could not use her full strength. So Hu Liao and Hu Lai knew that if they did not kill W, A, and G genes, H, I, plus, it would be difficult for them to break through his innate ability. W, A, N, G genes, H, I, plus was severely injured and stood on the ground. Her vision was blurry, and her entire face was covered in blood. Her originally beautiful face was currently haggard and haggard. She panted, and her beautiful eyes were currently filled with endless anger as she looked at Hu Liao and Hu Lai who were in front of her. Qin Xiang, I'm sorry. Senior sister cannot protect you. W, A, N, G genes, H, I, plus clenched his teeth, feeling extremely guilty. Girl, what a pity. If we were to give you a few thousand years of growth, even we brothers together might not be a match for you. Hua Liao laughed sinisterly. W, A, N, G genes, H, I, plus spat out. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. W, A, N, G genes, H, I, plus who was holding onto the smoke sword had already decided to use demurdering sword techniques. Hua Lai and Hua Liao suddenly felt a strong sword intent coming from the smoke sword, causing them to feel an extreme sense of danger. You have no chance. Hua Lai shouted anxiously and slashed at Hua Liao fiercely. The current W, A, N, G genes, H, I, plus was so terrifying that it made them tremble, but they were confident that they would not let W, A, N, G genes, H, I, plus retaliate before his death. In that instant, W, A, N, G genes, H, I, plus S despair dropped to the bottom because she knew very well that she was unable to even execute demurdering sword techniques. This Hu Liao and Hu Lai were simply too strong and too fast. Qin Xiang shouted out explosively, and a wave of berserk spatial energy rippled outwards. It was like a calm wave, and the SPAC around him began to undulate up and down. The mountains and the earth became extremely uneven, and it was as if there were waves cross, HI, plussing down. And just now, because of the spatial ripple, W, A, and G genes, HI, plus had avoided the position she was at with Hu Liao and avoided the fatal 2 slashes. Due to the fluctuations in SPAC, the surrounding terrain had completely distorted, and the spatial sealing enchantment that was originally laid out had become ineffective. After successfully breaking through the seal, Qin Xiang immediately teleported W, A, and G genes, HI plus to his side, but Hu Liao and Hua Lai's reactions were extremely fast. Qin Xiang hugged W, A, and G genes, HI plus and quickly dodged, but he still felt a burning pain on his back. After being cut in half, the scorching energy quickly spread to his entire body, and he did not dare stay there. He had to teleport multiple times, otherwise, the 2 brothers would chase after him. This time, both Qin Xiang and W, A, and G genes, HI plus were heavily injured, and their oil was completely used up. Fortunately, they had some medicinal pellets on them. After teleporting tens of times consecutively, Qin Xiang had already gotten rid of the two brothers and could finally stop to recuperate from his injuries. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I.+S entire body was covered with terrible wounds. The blood had already been stopped by her cold divine power. My soul is fine, but my body isn't light. How about you? W.A.N.G. genes. H.I.+S pale face revealed a hint of a smile. She saw that Chen Xiang's expression was also not good and knew that Chen Xiang was definitely injured. I just used up a lot of energy and my back had a big cut, so it's not too bad. Chen Xiang took out the Lingguang Dan that he had refined before. The dragon blood Saint Dan could heal one's vital energy and blood, and if the vital energy and blood were sufficient, it could allow him to quickly repair his own injuries. Fortunately, you were able to save me at the critical moment. Otherwise, we would have been dead for sure. Using the only hand that could move, W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus took out a jade bottle. There were milky white liquids scattered all over the place, dripping onto the arm that was about to break, and then he ate a few pieces of the Shangpin Holy Dan. It had only been half a day, but both Qin Xiang and W.A.N.G. genes. H.I.+S expressions had improved quite a bit. However, the injuries on their bodies had not completely healed yet. I'll be fine in 2 days. What about you? W.A.N.G. genes. H.I.+ had also dripped that milky white liquid on Qin Xiang, so there weren't even any wounds on his back. Right now, the scorching energy was flowing through his body. All he needed to do was refine it. I will be fine when the time comes. Senior sister, you must seek revenge. When Qin Xiang saw the anger on W.A.N.G. genes. H.I.+S face, he knew that she would not let it go. Find them, no matter what. I have to get rid of one of them. This time we were ambushed by them. That's why we became like this. The next time it will be us ambush. H.I.+ing them. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus took out the smoke sword and said coldly, I will use the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques to defeat them this time. W.N.G. genes.H.I. plus wanted to use the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques to get revenge on the two profound G.O.D.S., which made Qin Xiang a little worried. It was not because she was worried that W.N.G. genes.H.I. plus couldn't win, but rather, she was worried about the consequences of exposing the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus wanted to use the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques to get revenge on the two profound G.O.D.S., which made Qin Xiang a little worried. It was not because she was worried that W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus couldn't win, but rather, she was worried about the consequences of exposing the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques. It could be seen that W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus was already full of rage, causing her to no longer care about this. Qin Xiang said in a low voice, Senior sister, this isn't so good, right? W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus kept his smoke sword and snorted lightly. Whatever, let's not get rid of these two fellows here. We won't have another chance in the future. You saw it earlier. These two fellows have a killing intent towards us. Their moves are so ruthless. Chen Xiang only knew that the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques could not be used casually, but he did not know what the serious consequences would be after it was exposed. He asked Senior Sister, what will happen if the news of you using the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques were to be leaked? W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus pondered for a while and said sternly, I don't know, but the G.O.D. of fortune. Even more powerful people would appear, force me to hand over the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques and cause great trouble for devil-killing Divine Palace. So I want to kill them in one strike. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus patted Chen Xiang's head and asked, You brat, Why were the powers on you different just now? It's very strange. They don't seem to be yours at all. This. Chun Xiang's eyes moved swiftly, and he was speechless. He did not expect W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus to notice this in such a critical situation. Long Shui suddenly came out and laughed. It's me. I lent him my power. When W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus saw Long Shui last time, she knew that he was Qin Xiang's wife. She did not expect that he was actually hiding inside Chun Xiang's storage magic treasure. Brat, you actually brought your wife with you. Did she know my secret? Seeing how beautiful Long Shui was, W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus could not help but chuckle. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it on purpose. I definitely won't leak it. Long Shui lowered his head and whispered. Chen Xiang didn't expect Long Shui to actually admit it, so he promptly explained, Senior sister, it's all my fault. I didn't mention this to you in advance. Seeing how anxious Qin Xiang and Long Shui were, W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus laughed and said, All right, I believe you too, but in order to be fair, I also want to know a few secrets that you two cannot divulge. Long Shui rolled the ends of his hair and moved his eyebrows, thinking about what kind of secret he should tell W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus. Qin Xiang said, Let me say it first, I have the Supreme G. Oh, D-Bone, this is a very powerful thing, and this is my secret. I have told all of you now. Even Shui, he doesn't know about it. Qin Xiang originally thought that Long Shui and W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus did not know about the Supreme G. Oh, D-Bone, because Feng Yujie had told him before that only the 9 divine kings knew about the Supreme G. Oh, D-Bone. Now that they saw W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus and Long Shui's expressions, Qin Xiang knew that they had heard of this matter before. W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus asked anxiously, Supreme G. Oh, D-Bone, this is a bone that only the strongest flesh body has, even G. Oh, D does not have it. How did you get it? I got it unexpectedly. What Qin Xiang had said was also the truth. Back then, he did not know how this Supreme G. Oh, D-Bone fused into his body. With the Supreme G. Oh, D-Bone, I can enter the Supreme Divine Palace. Long Shui said in an excited voice, I heard that many deities of the Divine Hall have gone to great lengths to not be able to enter the Supreme Divine Palace. Qin Xiang was even more curious now. How did Long Shui know about these things? Shui, why have I never heard of it? W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus also felt that it was a little strange. Shui, didn't you just arrive in the GODS realm? How do you know about the Supreme Divine Palace? Master only told me about it by chance. I heard that the people in the Supreme Divine Palace are all very powerful ancient fellows. If even the devil-killing heavenly G. Oh, D did not have the qualifications, then probably no G. Oh, D in the entire G. Oh, DS realm would be able to enter. Long Shui continued to speak. Supreme Divine Palace only accepts Supreme G. Oh, DS, or rather, they possess Supreme G. Oh, D-Bone S, so even powerful Empyrean G. Oh, DS cannot enter. W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus helped smoothen through Long Shui's messy hair for a while and asked curiously, Shui, how did you know about these things? Tell me your secret as well. Only then can we be considered equal. Seeing Long Shui stick out her tongue cutely, W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus couldn't help but stroke Long Shui's pretty face and say with a sweet smile, Shui, don't you feel bored staying in Junior Brothers' storage magic treasure all day? How pitiful. You can stay at my place from now on. Long Shui nodded and smiled. MN, when this little scoundrel didn't bring me out with you, I was together with you. Now I will tell you my secret. In fact, I am a dragon from the primordial GOD period, but my memories are incomplete. They are all vague and intermittent. Really? W.A.N.G. genes I plus was in a state of disbelief. She had thought that Long Shui was just a little girl, but she hadn't thought that he was actually a dragon, and a dragon at that. Long Shui sighed lightly. To be more precise, I died during the primordial G.O.D. period. The 9 divine kings used a strand of my incomplete divine soul to revive me, and I have only now awakened a tiny bit of my memories. My remaining divine souls are still all over the G.O.D.S. realm, so I need to gather these divine souls in order to be able to recover to my original self. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus nodded his head. I also heard that many powerful beasts died during the primordial era, but I am not clear about the details. Especially back then, there were many dragons, and even though there are some now, they would usually hide themselves because once they appeared, they would be captured and used as mounts, such as the G.O.D. of Fortune's ice dragon. S' face was immediately filled with grief and indignation when he mentioned the ice dragon. Long Shui lowered his head and sighed. He's my good friend. He should also be from the primordial G.O.D. period. I wonder if he has any memories. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus looked at Qin Xiang. She did not expect Qin Xiang's wife to have such a great background. It could be seen that Qin Xiang also had a heavy responsibility. Qin Xiang lightly patted Long Shui's back and then asked, back then in the primordial era, was it because the beasts were too strong, and that's why they were exterminated? W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus answered his question. On the contrary, because beasts are too weak and do not obey the control of certain fellows. They resist on a large scale. Afterwards, they implicate powerful beasts, and in the end, some powerful totem beasts were all killed. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus caressed Long Shui's face and asked with a smile, Shui, do you need my help? Long Shui replied with an N and laughed. If I need senior sister's help, you don't have to refuse. All right, W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus seemed to like Long Shui a lot and even kissed her on the cheek. Qin Xiang said, it looks like we have a lot of things to do next. We need to save the Azure Dragon, Ice Dragon, and senior sister's Sword G.O.D. father to help Shui find her remnant soul. He himself still had to find the 4 symbols' divine weapons, delve into the heavenly alchemy, and practice alchemy. Although he had a lot of things to do, it gave him a sense of fullness. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus and Long Shui sat together as they leaned against each other. Long Shui also liked W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus a lot, so she took out her treasured holy fruit and some delicious meat. She made Qin Xiang start fire, then relied on fish and various types of beast meat. When it came to eating W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus had better not think about it. He took out the good things he brought along and shared them with Long Shui. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus laughed. After a full meal, go and kill Huiliao and Huilai, the 2 of them. Their divine deity must be worth a lot of money. After I kill them, I will go back into closed-door cultivation and attempt to break through the bottleneck of the G.O.D. of heaven. When you see me again, I will be a G.O.D. At this moment, W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was extremely confident. Thinking about how Huiliao and Huilai could die under her sword, she felt extremely pained in her heart, even though she hadn't went to look for them yet. After eating most of it, Long Shui entered the serene jade ring, and Qin Xiang and W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus went to look for Huiliao and Huilai. Qin Xiang sat on the flying discs, looked around, and said, how do I find these 2 fellows? At this moment, W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was releasing his own cold G.O.D. power. They probably haven't left yet. It is most likely that they are waiting for us at the Stone Forest, because that is where we appeared. If we want to return, we have to go to that Stone Forest. The Stone Forest was a safe zone. After finding the bead, All one had to do was go to the stone forest and wait. When the time came, it would automatically be sent out. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus controlled her flying discs and flew quickly towards the stone forest. She was constantly releasing divine power. If her perception was strong, she would be able to sense things from afar. Time was running out, and they were about to leave. This made W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus even more anxious. She and Qinxiang were circling around the stone forest every day. Suddenly, W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. Quickly hide, they are here. As expected, they are waiting for us in the forest. They were outside the stone forest, but Hua Liao's ice magic power had already been sensed by Hua Liao and Hua Lai, so they quickly rushed over. Qinxiang used the 72 changes and released A-S-P-A-C domain to hide at the same time. He turned into a bird and flew towards a forest far away. W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus kept her flying discs and looked at the two B-A-L-L-S of flame that were shooting towards her. She did not expect that at the last moment Hua Liao and Hua Lai would actually appear by themselves. Little girl, you've recovered quite well. From the looks of it, you have come to find me for revenge. Where is that brat? Hua Liao laughed disdainfully. That brat couldn't possibly be unable to defend against my flame power, right? W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus took out the smoke sword, his face darkened, his divine sword shook. The terrifying sword concept suddenly appeared. Last time, Hua Liao and Hua Lai felt it too, but in the end, they still stopped W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus and did not let her carry out her final attack. Qinxiang carefully observed W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus from afar. He wanted to see how the demurdering sword techniques looked like in the end. As one of the taboo magic, the God-murdering sword techniques was what most GODS wanted to obtain, because it was much easier to learn than the heavenly alchemy. Legends said that the heavenly alchemy was the hardest to master, while the God-murdering sword techniques was the easiest. As one of the taboo magic, the demurdering sword techniques was what most DS wanted to obtain because it was much easier to learn than the heavenly alchemy. Legends said that the heavenly alchemy was the hardest to master, while the demurdering sword techniques was the easiest. Hua Liao and Hua Lai had a tacit understanding with each other. When they attacked together, they would merge together and become stronger. In order to prevent W-A-N-G genes, H-I Plus from using such a terrifying sword technique, the two brothers slashed at the same time. The fire energy that surged out from the blade was extremely violent, but when the two flame blade energies clashed, they did not produce any form of rejection and perfectly merged together, becoming even more powerful, as though lightning was striking at W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus. Although their blades had changed, their speed was still very fast. It was hard for W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus to dodge, but the smoke sword in her hand slashed across with an unbelievable speed. What was a Stonies? H-I Plusing was that after the flame was split apart, it quickly dissipated without any aftershocks. Humph. Last time I was just worried. Since all of you are so ruthless, then I won't care too much. I will make it so that you won't even have the chance to go to H-E-L-L. The extremely furious W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus looked extremely calm on the surface, but the smoke sword in his hand suddenly moved, and his sword strangely floated past. It was extremely fast, but what was hard to understand was that W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus had actually disappeared, and there was only one smoke sword dancing in the air. However, when W-A-N-G genes. H-I Plus appeared, a streak of blood appeared on the foreheads of Hua Liao and Hua Lai. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was still standing at his original position. This is the G-O-D murdering sword techniques. Qin Xiang had already obtained the G-O-D murdering sword techniques from W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus, but he did not learn it. He did not know what it was like, but after seeing it now, he felt extremely shocked. G-O-D slaughtering. Impossible, it can't be the G-O-D murdering sword techniques. Just as Hua Lai finished his sentence, a red line appeared on his neck and his head fell off. Hua Liao saw that he was about to press his hand on his head anxiously. There was a line of blood on his neck that was already cut, but for some reason it was only cut off now. So that's how it is. I understand this is the fast and slow transformation within the 7 devil-slain kung fu. This G-O-D murdering sword techniques must also have a way to break through the power of the ancient code. Senior sister disappeared just now because she broke through the laws of S-P-A-C and her head was severed just now. She should have broken through the laws of time. Qin Xiang suddenly realized, of course, that the most powerful sword qi was that terrifying sword qi. It was formless and soundless, but it was extremely powerful. Hua Liao and Hua Lai were both elite G-O-DS among the Fire Divine Palace and definitely had expensive high-grade divine armor on them. Their bodies were also extremely tough, but W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus had casually slashed their heads off with just 2 swords. Die. Just as W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was about to kill Hua Liao, a purple light suddenly appeared in his palm. A thunderous sound rang out, shaking the entire world. The exploding purple light produced a terrifying heat, and as the purple light shone down, the surrounding vegetation, mountains, and rivers, in the blink of an eye, were all destroyed. In order to avoid the ball of purple light, W-A-N-G genes, H-I plus had no choice but to use his G-O-D murdering sword techniques as special ability to break through the incoming force, and the light caused Qin Xiang's skin to burn even more painfully. The purple light disappeared, and when Qin Xiang opened his eyes, he only saw an injured W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus vomiting blood that floated down. The G-O-D murdering sword techniques she used just now. She should have done her best. Who knew that such a situation would happen? Long Shui said. Qin Xiang immediately flew over, caught the fallen W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus and quickly killed him. Then he took out his divine deity. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D actually used such a powerful deity talisman. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said anxiously to Qin Xiang, "Quickly go chase that guy, he has already escaped. If he is allowed to leave this place alive, he will definitely leak out the news of me possessing the G-O-D murdering sword techniques. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus had only been injured by the attack just now. Now, after taking a breather, she was already able to move. Qin Xiang brought her and used teleportation to chase after the fleeing Hua Liao. Very quickly, they entered the stone forest. Because the compet 1. Tie-in wasn't going to end long ago, a small spatial sageway appeared within the stone forest. Damn it, I let this guy run away. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus gritted his teeth as he cursed, his expression becoming extremely ugly. This is it. Without a second word, Qin Xiang brought W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus and charged through the spatial tunnel and appeared in one of the great halls of the all-divine palaces. At this moment, many G-O-D-G-O-DS and disciples were waiting there, and Qin Xiang and his group seemed to be the last group. Master, I saw the G-O-D murdering sword techniques. Hua Liao was extremely frightened, his finger trembling. He pointed at Chun Xiang and W.A.N.G. jeans. H.I. plus who had just came out, his head was still missing, but he had used his hand to hold them down, causing his head to not fall. The 4 words G.O.D. murdering sword techniques seemed to possess a breathtaking magic power. When the G.O.D.S. present heard it, they felt as if their souls had been struck, because they had not heard of this terrifying sword technique in a long time. Originally, they did not dare believe it, but now, when they carefully felt the trace of sword intent, Hu Liao was partic. 1. P. Aiding in. All of the divine G.O.D.S. trembled in their hearts. This kind of familiar sword intent had once shrouded them in endless fear. Afterwards, all the divine G.O.D.S. looked towards W.A.N.G. jeans, H.I. plus and Qin Xiang. They didn't know who used the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques yet, but they felt that it was very possible that it was Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang suddenly sensed the undulations from W.A.N.G. jeans, H.I. plus S body and anxiously shouted, "This bastard wants to kill us all while he's inside, and even knows the whereabouts of our bead. He has already broken the rules, die." Finished speaking, the ancient sword suddenly appeared in Chun Xiang's hand, which was the one he named the G.O.D. slaughtering sword. Following that, a terrifying and berserk sword concept appeared, enveloping the entire hall. Even W.A.N.G. jeans, H.I. plus was shaken. She did not understand how Qin Xiang could suddenly possess such a terrifying G.O.D. killing sword. It was something that only she and her sword G.O.D. father could do. Even if Qin Xiang had learnt the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques without the inheritance of the G.O.D. slaughtering blood, it was impossible for him to have it. She knew this very clearly. Qin Xiang himself didn't know why he suddenly comprehended G.O.D. murdering sword techniques. He only knew that he couldn't let the other G.O.D.S. know that W.A.N.G. jeans, H.I. plus was the sword G.O.D.'s daughter, so he felt that it would be better for him to take responsibility for this matter. Qin Xiang's G.O.D. killing sword was extremely terrifying, even a bit more powerful than W.A.N.G. jeans, H.I. plus S. Pure text online read, local domain name mobile phone, synchronous, read. Please visit Pure text online read, local domain name mobile phone, synchronous, read. Please visit New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy New Year and money and girls. At this time, the image of the sword strike W.A.N.G. jeans, H.I. plus used to kill Hua Light earlier appeared in his mind. That was because he had used the power of the laws of S, P, A, C, and time, and the 7 devil-slaying kung fu that he had previously cultivated had also been learned in the area of time. This sword attack was extremely inconceivable. He felt that, at that moment, the surroundings had become very slow. He could even clearly see the fire G.O.D. slowly walking over, and the flames on the fire G.O.D.'s body also very slowly appeared. The fire G.O.D. didn't walk over, but quickly flashed by. However, in Chun Xiang's eyes, he appeared very slow, and every step was extremely difficult. After using the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques, Qin Xiang felt that everything around him was incredibly slow. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, their expressions frozen, their floating hair also hanging in the air, and only the fire G.O.D. slowly walked over. In this hall, only Qin Xiang could move at a normal speed. Qin Xiang himself quickly understood this point, so when he saw the fire G.O.D. approaching, he immediately rushed over and sliced Hu Liao's sword into 8 pieces, then took out Hu Liao's divine deity and returned to his original position. But in everyone's eyes, Qin Xiang had disappeared just now, and only the sword started to move strangely, exactly the same as when Qin Xiang saw W.A.N.G. jeans, H.I. plus Brandis, H.I. plussing out his sword just now. When Qin Xiang appeared in front of everyone's eyes, they all knew that Hu Liao was already dead. Hu Liao looked to be fine, but was already speechless. His soul had already been destroyed by Qin Xiang, and when Fire Divine Palace rushed over, Hua Liao suddenly dropped to the ground in a few pieces. Hua Liao's death did not feel strange to the divine Ji. Oh, des. It even made them feel like it had been a long time. This was one of the most terrifying sword moves in the Ji. Oh, demurdering sword techniques, the SPAC time style. Qin Xiang, who originally wanted to speak out, became even more dumbstruck. She understood that Qin Xiang had done so in order to not let the divine Zhao, DS of the Divine Hall, suspect her, so that she wouldn't be in so much trouble in the future. Although devil-killing Heavenly Ji, D looked to be shocked. His sharp eyes seemed to flash with a look that made people want to think, as though he was excited. He was the fastest and immediately rushed to Qin Xiang's side, as though he wanted to prevent Qin Xiang from being attacked by the Fire God. The furious Fire God, the long white beard, was already burning with fire, at this time a tall and DY man suddenly came to Qin Xiang's side, thinking that he wanted to punish Qin Xiang, but who knew that he did not reveal that kind of stern expression, as though he wanted to protect Qin Xiang too. This is the all-divine palaces. As the penalty, Heavenly Ji, I am specially responsible for this kind of thing. I absolutely cannot let you guys mess around here and disrupt order. Penalty Heavenly Ji, D's low voice swept a glance at the Fire G, D, and the G, D of Fortune, who were about to make a move. The appearance of the G, D murdering sword techniques caused many of the divine G, DS who had given up on stealing Qin Xiang's heavenly alchemy to have the idea of capturing Qin Xiang rise once again. The heavenly alchemy was hard to refine, and even if one managed to obtain it, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend its essence. But D murdering sword techniques was different. As long as one was a D, with their many years of cultivation, it was much easier to cultivate them. Everyone could clearly see that Qin Xiang used the forbidden G, D murdering sword techniques to kill my Fire Divine Palace's disciple. I remember that there was a rule in the past this kind of taboo magic was not allowed to be used, so you should be clear whether that was the D murdering sword techniques just now or not. Back then, you were also heavily injured by the evil demon sword. The penalty Heavenly G, D said coldly, whether or not the D murdering sword techniques is prohibited. There is no such rule in all divine palaces. It is only because the weak feared this sword technique that they decided to use it. I know that Qin Xiang killed Hua Liao at the beginning, and Fire Divine Palace has already committed a grave breach. Penalty Heavenly G, D waved his hand and released a curtain. The scene of Hua Liao and Hua Liambus, HI, plus Ing Qin Xiang and WANG genes, HI, plus appeared inside the curtain. I don't know how they found the hiding place of the devil-suppressing Divine Palace's pearl, but if they did that, it would be a grave violation of the rules. The penalty Heavenly G, D had such records at every single point. They could even hear the conversation between Hua Liao and Hua Lai. After the devil-killing Heavenly G, D finished looking through, he said furiously, "Who gave them the map? The punishment and the location of the pearl was all placed by you." Devil-killing Heavenly G, D releasing such vicious words was already showing no mercy. It could be seen how angry devil-killing Heavenly G, D was at this moment, that he would say such words to penalty Heavenly G, D. At this time, Hall Master Zhong Gaoshan suddenly laughed heartily, since Fire Divine Palace was the one who violated the rules first, and almost caused the disciples of devil-killing Divine Palace to lose their lives. This disciple of devil-killing Divine Palace has chased out to seek revenge, and this is also the extent of the rule. I think this matter will end here. Seeing Zhong Gao's smiling face and helping everyone, Qin Xiang and WANG genes, HI plus was even more certain that this matter was related to him. He was worried that if they continued to investigate, they would implicate him. So he said this. The devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. and the penalty heavenly G.O.D. were definitely aware of this matter. They never thought that Zhonggushin would actually be so daring to do such a thing. If not for the fact that Chen Xiang and Chen Xiang had sufficient strength, they might already be dead. We got 5 beads, W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus handed the pearl over to devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. who handed it over to him. It's the pearl I placed with the highest total score in the devil-killing divine palace. Devil-killing divine palace will be able to get first place in this compet. 1 tie-in and will be able to enter the highest point in the devil-killing divine palace, where there will be a reward. The penalty heavenly G.O.D. announced. Qin Xiang looked at Xiao Chou, Ren Tianyong, and the others. They seemed to be in a sorry state and were not injured at all. Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. came in front of the G.O.D. of fortune and extended his hand. You have lost, according to our bet. You have to give me 100 billion G.O.D. of war. Of course, it's fine if you don't. I'm not afraid of declaring war on both H.L. Divine Palace and your wealth Divine Palace. This devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. was about to go crazy. He actually dared to say such arrogant words. Just now, they had already formed an enmity with him. And before, they even had enmity with him. Of course, the wealth Divine Palace was not afraid of the devil-killing Divine Palace. But if he were to renege on the bet, he would definitely become a huge laughingstock for the G.O.D.S. realm in the future. Here you are. You can receive the divine money from any native bank. The G.O.D. of fortune gave penalty heavenly G.O.D. a jade token, and then coldly looked at Qin Xiang, and took his wealth divine palace disciples away. When devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. came, he was very confident that they could win, but it was only such an outstanding result, which surprised him very much, especially Qin Xiang's performance. The originally furious fire G.O.D. had calmed down because they were in the wrong and had their evidence tightly seized. The divine Hall G.O.D.S. here all knew the penalty heavenly G.O.D.S. temperament. If the penalty heavenly G.O.D. were to investigate, then even the divine Hall G.O.D.S. would suffer, not to mention the divine Hall G.O.D.S. that were imprisoned in the divine prisoness. The originally furious fire G.O.D. had calmed down because they were in the wrong and had their evidence tightly seized. The divine Hall G.O.D.S. here all knew the penalty heavenly G.O.D.'s temperament. If the penalty heavenly G.O.D. were to investigate, then even the divine Hall G.O.D.S. would suffer, not to mention the divine Hall G.O.D.S. that were imprisoned in the divine prison S. Penalty heavenly G.O.D. and devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. were walking in front, leading Ren Tianyong's group of exhausted disciples towards the highest level of the devil-killing divine palace. Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. seemed to be indifferent to the reward of first place, as if he knew what the reward was. Walking on the road, W.A.N.G. Jeans. H.I. plus said to Qin Xiang, "What happened just now? When did you learn how to use the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques? You are learning it too quickly, right?" "I don't know either. In short, I used it in a moment of desperation," Qin Xiang responded. He was also extremely shocked by that sword strike because the effect had already exceeded his expectations. If he still wanted to use it now, it might not be possible to perfectly unleash it. W.A.N.G. Jeans. H.I. plus continued to send a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, and she was unable to understand Qin Xiang's words. "How could you not know I understand the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques the best?" Qin Xiang also felt that it was very strange. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he could unleash an extremely powerful sword technique just because of the sword, and that it was all because of the divine deity. The divine deity that the white tiger used to create killing G.O.D. heart was still very mysterious to this day. Although he had asked Feng Yujie before, Feng Yujie still could not say that the heavenly alchemy came from that divine deity. Was a little worried. Previously, Chi Plus had already told him that he had completed refining the divine deity, but now that the divine deity was able to produce such power, allowing him to suddenly unleash the powerful God murdering sword techniques. It seemed like a good thing. But if he did not know what was going on, in Qinxiang's eyes it was a hidden threat. Could it be that within the divine deity there is still the God murdering sword techniques? Who exactly is the owner of the divine deity to actually cultivate two types of taboo magic at the same time? Qinxiang felt that he needed to understand this matter clearly. Otherwise, the first divine deity he had fused with would be a hidden danger that could even destroy him. We'll talk about it in the future, but I still have to thank you. If you didn't act just now, I would have been exposed. At that time, I might even drag out my sword D father story. W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus was extremely grateful to Qinxiang. Hee, no need to thank me. Anyway, I'm already used to this kind of thing. Qinxiang didn't feel anything, and now, the time to start the war with the H-L Divine Palace was getting closer and closer. Previously, the devil-killing heavenly D had already declared war on him twice, and it wouldn't be long before he declared war on him thrice. Qinxiang and the others arrived at the highest level. There was nothing here other than an empty, huge stone room. There was also a huge skylight window. What's the reward? The fat fifth looked around. There was nothing. This reward was not what he expected. Devil-killing heavenly D suddenly became serious and said, "You may not be able to accept this reward, and at that time you may choose not to accept it." Seeing the faces of the disciples filled with disdain, the devil-killing heavenly D said in a stern voice, "All of you listen carefully. The outside world rumors say that there are 10 disciples in the first batch, and all of the 4 of you see now are the youngest disciples. The other 6 are all dead, and because of this reward, the strength of the 6 disciples is similar to mine. But Father, didn't you say that they went out to train and went to the Super restricted area? They were carrying out your mission there, and they are much stronger than us. So how could they possibly die?" Zhu Chao looked as if he had been struck by lightning. They were all junior brothers and junior sisters. Devil-killing heavenly D let out a long sigh. "The 4 of you are the second batch. They are only the first batch. Penalty, heavenly D patted devil-killing heavenly D on the shoulder. "My sons have also gone to do the same. It seems like young people have more courage than us." Seeing penalty heavenly D's lonely and sorrowful appearance, Ren Tianyong and the others were even more shocked. The sons of penalty heavenly D were definitely very strong, but they had never heard of them. "The first prize is to send us to our deaths." Xiao Cho suddenly clenched his fists and became excited. "I understand. That must be some kind of test." The penalty heavenly D stared at Xiao Cho. "That's right. Do you know why the DS realm didn't have the Hall of Hercules?" W-A-N-G genes. H-I plus suddenly said in a low voice, "Could it be the Supreme Divine Palace's training exercise?" Regarding the Supreme Divine Palace, Zhu Chao and the others had all heard about it. Probably only Xiao Cho did not have it. The penalty heavenly D nodded his head. "You all have a chance to enter the Supreme Divine Palace, but you have to pass the trial. If you fail, you all will die." Devil-killing heavenly D turned around with his back facing Qinxiang and the others. "If you guys were to go with your current strength, honestly speaking, you would definitely be courting death. Last time, the ones going to the compet. 1. Tie-in would be the Divine Hall disciples that were in the top 10. So you guys have to consider this carefully. There is only this one chance. Otherwise, if you want to enter the Supreme Divine Palace in the future, it will be difficult for you to have the chance." Xiao Cho asked, "Why do you want to enter this Supreme Divine Palace? I don't understand. Could it be that after entering you become very strong?" The penalty heavenly D said, "The Supreme Divine Palace is also known as the Supreme God Hall, and only by entering the Supreme Divine Palace can one become a God." As for why, I'm not too sure, but in these past few years, no matter how hard we've tried, we have been unable to become AGOD. I'm not going WANG genes. I plus immediately shook her head and looked at Qin Xiang. Looking at her eyes, she did not wish for Qin Xiang to go, and she knew that Qin Xiang had the supreme D-bone. Qin Xiang definitely had this thought because he would be able to quickly become a strong warrior after entering the supreme divine palace. Even such powerful DS would die if they were to go, let alone profound DS who had yet to become DS. So Rin Tianyong and the others immediately expressed their intentions and did not plan to do anything. This was because they were only profound D now. Right now, everyone looked at Zhu Chao and his wife. They had already discussed about it through sound transmission and shook their heads. Just now they had seen Penalty, Heavenly D, and his son feeling sad because of losing their disciples, so they did not plan to go anymore. Other than Qin Xiang and Xiao Chou, he had already decided to not go. I'll go. Qin Xiang and Xiao Chou suddenly shouted. No. Xiao Chou possessed the Tanji D's bloodline, while Qin Xiang had trained in the heavenly alchemy and murdering sword techniques. Both of them were good seedlings. If they were to go, there was no possibility of survival. Although Qin Xiang possessed the supreme D-bone, his current strength was too lacking. Xiao Chou curled his lips. I still thought that we could make our own decisions. Qin Xiang said with a resolute expression. We want to give it a try. You are trying with your life. You must not go. Devil-killing heavenly D glared at Qin Xiang. Just as devil-killing heavenly D finished the sentence, the entire all-divine palaces suddenly shook. The Penalty, heavenly D frowned and said softly, Devil Slayer, if Supreme Divine Palace knows that you have stopped my disciple from going there to train, you should be well aware of the consequences. Devil-killing heavenly D snorted, his face full of anger. He did not expect that Qin Xiang and Xiao Chou, the two weakest among them, would actually decide to go to that kind of place. Penalty, heavenly D took out 2 golden-colored insignia and handed it over to Qin Xiang and Xiao Chou. You two should drip blood. After that, the trial will begin. If you two are unable to go to the trial grounds within 10 years, you will die. Xiao Chou smiled as he received the order badge. He immediately dripped with blood and chuckled. There are still 10 years. That is enough time. There were still 10 years. In the eyes of these D who had lived for many years, it was just a blink of an eye, but it was enough time for Qin Xiang to make preparations to challenge the Supreme Divine Palace for his trial. After Qin Xiang dripped blood on the golden order badge, he would be able to use his consciousness to look at the map inside it. He and Xiao Chou were going to go to the training field within 10 years. Your training field is not the same. Don't think that you can join hands. When the time comes, you will have no one to rely on, and you can only charge in by yourself. The devil-killing heavenly D said. Xiao Chou gave in a look, his face full of disappointment. He had thought that he could go with Qin Xiang. Hi, the first place reward is too boring. Originally, he thought that he could get something good. Yuan Baibing laughed. No wonder Master wants to bet with the D of fortune. So it turns out that first place is simply not going to get anything good. Don't be happy too early. We still need to fight with the HELL Divine Palace. We don't have much time left. Quickly go back and rest. Devil-killing heavenly D glanced at Ren Tianyong and the others. Yes. Qin Xiang and the others answered in unison. After returning to the devil-killing divine city, the disciples there had already made preparations to attack the HELL Divine Palace at any time. This time, they would be able to obtain first place and increase the morale of the devil-killing divine palace. Qin Xiang and WANG genes HI+ were called to his floor by the devil-killing heavenly D wanting to talk to them alone. Obviously, they wanted to talk about killing Huoliao and Huolai. The most important thing was the D murdering sword techniques Qin Xiang was more worried about it. He was worried that the devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. would force him to tell them that the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques was something that W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus had taught him. W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus, and Qin Xiang fearfully sat in the living room of the devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. The devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. put on a set of gray robes and slowly walked out to sit at the leader's seat. You all! This time he performed very well. He was able to obtain 5 pearls and even killed 2 of the Fire Divine Palace's outstanding war G.O.D.s. Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D.'s face sank. You guys were not efficient at all. You actually exposed the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques. C. 1822. C. 1822 Qin Xiang and W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus thought that the devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. would blame them for learning the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques, but who would have known that the devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. would say such things? The consequences won't be too serious, right? Qin Xiang asked softly. He was worried that the devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. would kick him out of the devil-killing divine palace because of this. Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. replied, that's for sure. It's just like how the H.E.L. Devil Emperor went all over the place to kill you. However, it's not only the divine G.O.D.s that want to catch you. W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus felt guilty because she knew very well how serious the consequences would be. Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. Why is the attraction of this G.O.D. murdering sword techniques so great? Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. looked at W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus and smiled. Just ask her and you'll find out. Asking W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus, Qin Xiang and W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus were both shocked. The reason the devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. said such a thing must be because he knew about W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus. Master, you already know. Who told you? When did you know? Since it was like this, W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus could only admit it. I knew about it the day you became my disciple. Don't think that I don't know anything. I just didn't expect you to pass this G.O.D. murdering sword techniques to Qin Xiang. Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. snickered. In other words, your relations. H.I. plus P is not ordinary. W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus blushed and changed the topic. Qin Xiang, the greatest attraction of the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques is not just its ease of cultivation, but rather cultivation of the G.O.D. murdering sword techniques to step into the realm of the supreme G.O.D. Although this is a legend, many Empyrean G.O.D.s believe it without question. The devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. nodded his head. Back then W.A.N.G. had told me that he would quickly become the supreme G.O.D. However, this fellow is too good at causing trouble, and after being informed that he would soon become the supreme G.O.D., many Empyrean G.O.D.s teamed up to send him to H.E.L. I partook. 1. P. aided in the punishment at that time, even though we were once good friends with W.A.N.G. How? W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus sighed softly. I know because father's cultivation went berserk, looking everywhere for a powerful G.O.D. to train in the sword. However, he didn't hurt those Empyrean G.O.D.s. Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. said. Penalty heavenly G.O.D. And I had fought with him before. Even though we lost to him, we were not hurt by him. At that time he was still very rational, but later on, for some reason, he suddenly changed and became crazy. In order to prevent him from bringing disaster to G.O.D.s realm, we decided to do so. It's because he's about to become too divine very soon. If he was still in that state back then, it would have been very difficult to stop him. Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. stood up and gently stroked W.A.N.G. genes H.I. plus S head, the one who used the G-O-D murdering sword techniques to kill Hualai. Should be you, right? Penalty Heavenly G-O-D and devil killing Heavenly G-O-D were actually acting before. Penalty Heavenly G-O-D was watching what was happening inside. Although G-O-D murdering sword techniques belongs to the ancient art of the Supreme Realm, it is easy to go berserk to the extreme. For example, W-A-N-G How is an example. The devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D looked at Qin Xiang with furrowed brows and said solemnly, "The four great taboo magic S, they are all primordial divine arts. These are all unorthodox techniques that flowed out of the Supreme Divine Palace. They are powerful, but not many have learned them. It's easy to be bewitched with heavenly alchemy. Qin Xiang, you train in 2 such cultivation techniques. This will make it easier for you to be bewitched with these techniques." Devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D laughed. "My 7 devil-slain kung fu is also considered a primordial spirit art. As long as I can comprehend what's after, I can also enter the realm of the primordial spirit with the 7 devil-slain kung fu, and I won't become bewitched." "Master, I want to rescue my father. What do I need to do?" W-A-N-G Jeans H-I plus suddenly said, "He has been in there for a long time. He should have already recovered." When W-A-N-G Jeans H-I plus asked about this, the smile on devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D's face suddenly disappeared. "He's imprisoned in the divine prison, and even the penalty Heavenly G-O-D doesn't know how he is right now. How can you guarantee that? If we save him, he'll be in a state of madness. So who can be responsible for it? Although the Supreme Divine Palace will intervene, a guy on the level of the Supreme G-O-D can cause serious harm just by messing around here for a moment." This was what the devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D was worried about. W-A-N-G Jeans H-I plus sighed lightly. "I only found out after seeing him because of some things regarding my mother. As long as I can help him get rid of the knot in his heart, he can return to his original appearance." The devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D shook his head. "It's very difficult for you to see him. Even the penalty Heavenly G-O-D does not have that power. Back then, he had sealed the Supreme G-O-D into the divine prison. Unless you had a way to find that Supreme G-O-D, Qin Xiang and W-A-N-G Jeans H-I plus had thought that as long as they had enough divine money, they would be able to redeem the sword G-O-D. Then where is the Supreme G-O-D? W-A-N-G Jeans H-I plus asked. "Supreme Divine Palace." The devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. "If you can enter the Supreme Divine Palace, you might be able to meet that primordial G-O-D. Whether he can undo the seal or not, I don't know." When W-A-N-G Jeans H-I plus had first said down the G-O-D murdering sword techniques to Qin Xiang, he had made her promise to save the sword G-O-D, so Qin Xiang would definitely do this. I will definitely enter the Supreme Divine Palace." Qin Xiang was filled with confidence in himself. Devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D paced back and forth a few steps, then sat down and sighed. "Even though you possess the Supreme G-O-D bone, it's still hard to say. Unless you're a G-O-D, it might be easier to SS. Qin Xiang still had 10 years left. It was impossible for the G-O-DS to do that, but it was still possible for him to become the profound G-O. No matter what happens now, I can't turn back." Qin Xiang smiled. He did not feel any pressure at all. With things having escalated to this point, devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D could not say any more. He could only give Qin Xiang and Xiao Cho the greatest help within these 10 years, making them even more powerful in these 10 years. The reason the devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D called Qin Xiang and her here was to talk about the G-O-D murdering sword techniques he wanted W-A-N-G Jeans H-I plus to continue to keep the matter of her being the daughter of the sword G-O-D secret, so he had no choice but to use the G-O-D murdering sword techniques. This was all to prepare for war with the H-E-L El Divine Palace, and the third declaration of war would be carried out very soon. At that time, regardless of whether the El Divine Palace accepted it or not, the devil-killing Divine Palace would still be able to call him over. Qin Xiang was looking forward to this big battle. But devil-killing Divine Palace had something else to ask him to do, and obviously didn't want him to partake. 1 P8 in it. You go to the all-divine palaces to find the penalty, Heavenly God. After you find him, he has something he wants you to do. However, devil-killing Heavenly God's tone was very resolute, so Qin Xiang could only follow his plan. When Qin Xiang came to all divine palaces himself, he changed his appearance and came. However, penalty Heavenly God recognized him immediately. After penalty Heavenly God saw that Qin Xiang had bowed to him, he only nodded slightly and had Qin Xiang follow him into a transmission array inside the all-divine palaces and transfer him to a wooden house in the forest. This is my residence. It's very safe. Although his face was solemn, his tone was very calm. I have something that I want you to do. The Devil Slayer should have told you. Penalty Heavenly God took out a black box and placed it on the table beside him. Qin Xiang said, He only said that he wanted me to come find you, and didn't tell me what I wanted to do. Penalty Heavenly God opened the black box. Inside was a black dagger. There are some hidden things within this black dagger. Only by cultivating the heavenly alchemy can I see the hidden information within. Help me take a look and see exactly what's inside. Penalty Heavenly God handed the box over to Qin Xiang with difficulty. Qin Xiang picked up the black dagger. He didn't feel anything special about it. It couldn't even be considered a divine equipment. If you can help me, I will repay you. You might need some time, so stay with me for this period of time. After penalty Heavenly God finished speaking, he did not care if Qin Xiang agreed or not, and quickly left. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed. It was hard for him to reject it even if he wanted to, so he repeatedly looked at the black dagger and even probed into it with his divine power, but there was no reaction at all. He felt that he was playing with a rock picked up from the side of the road. Don't tell me I have to use the heavenly alchemy to refine this short sword. Qin Xiang could only speculate like this, because penalty Heavenly God had previously said that only by cultivating the heavenly alchemy would one be able to see the hidden secrets. Although Qin Xiang had this thought, he didn't dare because he was worried that he would not be able to find the hidden secrets inside if he failed to practice it properly. He had tried hard for an entire day, but to no avail. It was already dark now, and he was resting on a comfortable chair in the hall. On the morning of the second day, when Qin Xiang heard penalty Heavenly God's voice, he opened his eyes and saw that penalty Heavenly God had brought a plate of fruits and placed it on the table beside Qin Xiang's chair. Let that girl out. The penalty Heavenly God said. You know that? Asked in shock. Penalty Heavenly God was indeed talking about Long Shui, and Long Shui immediately came out of the ring. Of course I know. The Azure Dragon is my friend. The plate of fruits that penalty Heavenly God had brought was obviously prepared for Long Shui. Long Shui sweetly smiled as she thanked him, then unceremoniously started to eat. When penalty Heavenly God talked about the Azure Dragon, Qin Xiang and Long Shui also wanted to know about his situation inside the divine prison. Did you get anything yesterday? Seeing that Qin Xiang wanted to speak, the penalty Heavenly God interrupted him. No, I think I'll have to use the heavenly alchemy to refine it before I know. I'm worried that I might have broken it, so I didn't dare to make a move. Qin Xiang handed the black dagger over to penalty Heavenly God. The penalty Heavenly God did not receive it, saying, Don't worry and refine it. This short sword looks like it was made from ordinary black stone, but it's not afraid of the flames burning it. I have used my flames to burn it for decades, but still unable to incinerate it. Equals today. He didn't have much time to hang out with his family. Even using fire, the penalty, heavenly geode, was unable to incinerate it. This black stone sword was actually so stu.r.dy. Qinxiang had thought it was just an ordinary black stone. Even using fire, the penalty, heavenly D was unable to incinerate it. This black stone sword was actually so stu.r.dy. Qinxiang had thought it was just an ordinary black stone. How is the Azure Dragon in the divine prison? I only know that he was sent to H.E.L.L. and then sent to H.E.L.L., then locked up in the divine prison. Chen Xiang had heard it all from Yang Yan, but Yang Yan did not know the specifics either. Penalty, heavenly D was in charge of the divine prison, so he must be very clear about this matter. This kind of matter is something that not even the Devil Slayer knows about. You might not understand the consequences of wreaking havoc in the infernal realm. And normally, when you act recklessly in the infernal realm, you will be killed or tortured by the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor for tens of thousands of years. However, in the end, the Azure Dragon was still brought back to the divine prison. Qinxiang said, I heard that the sword D was like that back then. The penalty, heavenly D nodded his head. The reason why the Azure Dragon was brought back to the divine prison was not because of my interference, but because the infernal realm was unable to suppress him, just like the sword D back then. Qinxiang and Long Shui were shocked. If even H.E.L. I could not suppress the Azure Dragon, didn't that mean the Azure Dragon's strength was extremely strong? You should have heard that there were some extraordinary people locked up in the divine prison, and they were not sealed by me. They were all sealed inside by the great D of the Supreme Divine Palace. The Azure Dragon is currently in such a situation. If you want to save him, it won't be easy, and you have to use divine money to redeem him. Penalty, heavenly D knew what Qinxiang and Long Shui were thinking at the moment. He was also Azure Dragon's friend. If he had a way, he would definitely say it. Long Shui, who was eating sweetly, suddenly looked pained and a little dejected. Previously, she had found out from the Yinyao ring that the sword D was sealed by the Supreme D, and the difficulty was the same as saving the Azure Dragon. Is there really no other way? Long Shui asked somewhat sorrowfully. There is a way. I also hope that we can save the Azure Dragon. I'll go ask around and see if there is any good way. Penalty, heavenly D's words gave Qinxiang and Long Shui a trace of hope. Play with this dagger properly. I'll come back in a few days. The penalty, heavenly D left after he finished speaking. With penalty, heavenly D's consent, Qinxiang dared to use the heavenly alchemy to refine the short sword. He took out the pill furnace that Yuan Baibing had given him and placed the black stone dagger inside. Then he used the method he had used to refine the medicinal ingredients, and the infinite refining began to burn. It was not easy to smelt the black stone dagger. Qinxiang used the fiercest of firepower and continued to burn for more than 2 hours. The black stone dagger did not show any signs of melting at all. Just what is this thing made of? Even if it is a very stu.r.dy top stone, it would not be completely silent if it was burned by me like this. Qinxiang stopped his smelting process and took out the black stone short sword. What made him even more surprised was that the black stone short sword was not hot at all. What's going on? Qinxiang suddenly felt that this black stone sword was like a bottomless pit. The powerful firepower that he had released just now should have been absorbed by this black stone sword. Previously, penalty, heavenly D had also attempted to burn the black stone short sword for a long time. Penalty, heavenly D's firepower was even stronger, but it was all absorbed by the black stone short sword. I can't use a normal method. There is a way to solve this problem in the heavenly alchemy. Qinxiang closed his eyes and began to study this method. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would go look for the many methods inside the heavenly alchemy, so he had the impression that he could immediately figure them out. After half an hour, Chen Xiang found the technique and familiarized himself with it. In this situation, I need to use the heavenly refining flame. There were two types of heavenly refining fire. The first was to borrow the energy of the world. Chen Xiang had already used this type of heavenly refining fire before, and it was usually used when his own flames were not strong enough. So this type of heavenly refining flame was not easy to control. The other type was the genuine heavenly refining flame. It was formed by fusing one's own flames together with the energy circulation method in the heavenly alchemy. Chen Xiang's Chuangzhao fire was very strong. He wanted to try and see if using this kind of flame could turn it into a heavenly flame. He opened his palm and stared at his palm, concentrating to circulate the chant within the heavenly alchemy. A CLUS, two of silvery white Chuangzhao fire appeared in the center of his palm, originally extremely calm. But as Chen Xiang gradually added in the divine power that was circulating in the heavenly alchemy, the flame became extremely restless, violently jumping up and down, as if it was trying to break free from Chen Xiang's grasp. Not long after, the silver-white flame suddenly burst into a burst of purple light. The flame turned purple as well, and the flame was shrouded in purple mist. At this time, the flame was being released by Chen Xiang using his own divine power, and the flame itself was absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Chen Xiang had successfully released the heavenly flame. Although it did not emit any heat waves, it was a heavenly alchemy which had a very strong smelting ability. He placed the black stone short sword into the pill furnace, and then released the heavenly flame. After pouring it into the pill furnace, he discovered that he had underestimated this purple heavenly flame, because after the pill furnace was burnt down by the heavenly alchemy, a change had already occurred. Chen Xiang did not dare to use this furnace to continue refining. He could only use his bare hands to refine more. In other words, he used the magic method furnace. Furthermore, it didn't consume too much divine power either. Chen Xiang planned to use this flame to refine pills in the future to see how effective it would be, because this heavenly alchemy also contained the special characteristics of Chuangzhao fire. Within the magic method furnace, the black dagger was being burned by the purple flames of the heavenly smelting. There's a reaction. This short sword has finally started to deform. I wonder what exactly is hidden inside. Chen Xiang was secretly delighted as he continued to use his flames to burn. The short sword started to deform. Chen Xiang had not controlled it much as it was being burned by the purple flames of heavenly refinement. The short sword became a very thin black paper, and it was so big that Chen Xiang had no choice but to enlarge the magic method furnace further, so that it could fit the big piece of black paper. Chen Xiang had refined it for 2 whole days before the changes in the magic method furnace's contents finally stopped. Originally, it was a black dagger, but after it was refined, it became black paper, and in the end, the black paper faded away and became white paper, like a picture scroll hung on the wall. It's not changing anymore, but there's nothing on it. Long Shui watched carefully from the side. She tried using her divine power for a bit, but could not find anything. Let's wait until penalty heavenly G, oh D comes. Just as Chen Xiang finished speaking, the penalty heavenly G, oh D arrived. When penalty heavenly G, oh D arrived, he took out a plate of holy fruits and placed it on the table. Looking at the white paper, he asked, "Have you made any progress?" Penalty heavenly G, oh D did not know that the obsidian dagger he had given to Chen Xiang had become a piece of white paper. You probably don't believe that the black dagger has become like this. When Chen Xiang said this, penalty heavenly G, oh D did not react. He did not understand what Chen Xiang had said. Chen Xiang picked up the piece of white paper and said, "After I refined it with the heavenly alchemy, it became a piece of white paper." Penalty heavenly G, oh D frowned. He had already guessed many different results, but he never thought that the black dagger would be refined into a piece of white paper. When I was refining it, the dagger transformed on its own. I had no control over it. Chen Xiang spread his hands. Penalty heavenly G, oh D forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip and dripped it onto the white paper. Ah. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh! D suddenly roared. His face was in pain, but only for a short period of time. Following that, some words gradually appeared on the paper. These were all ancient characters. Chen Xiang was able to understand these ancient characters. Although it was different from the ones he knew, the words that he was familiar with right now were somewhat similar to these ancient characters. It's a cultivation technique. Chen Xiang's eyes opened wide as he looked at the 3 types of words that were gradually appearing in the last row. Heavenly body. Long Shui shouted in shock. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D nodded with a serious expression. Heavenly body. One of the 4 great taboo magic S. Long Shui had some of the memories of her past life, so she knew about the sky body. The content of the heavenly body wasn't much because there were only a few hundred words on the paper. He quickly memorized them all. You can't learn. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D looked at Chen Xiang sternly and shouted. Why? Chen Xiang had a face full of doubt. He had already learnt 2 of the 4 great taboo magic S, so there was no difference between this and them. Long Shui sighed. Heaven's physique, as its name implies, is able to allow living beings to cultivate bodies that are as strong as the heavens. Chen Xiang curled his lips and said, What's wrong with that? He was just worrying that the heavenly alchemy would not be able to strengthen his supreme G. Oh, D-bone, so with this heaven body it would be even better. That's great, but you have to go refine it with your life on the line. If you refine it, then you'll be in great danger. The divine tribulation will never stop. It's not as simple as just being struck by lightning. Long Shui had some understanding of the heavenly body, and looking at her expression, it was obvious that she did not recommend Chen Xiang to cultivate it. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D said in a deep voice. That's right, the most dangerous thing about a heavenly body is that heavenly tribulation, as well as the various tests that cause one to lose their rationality and self-control. If you fail, you won't die, but you will be even more terrifying than dead. Seeing that Chen Xiang was still doubtful, the penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D continued to speak. As long as you cultivate the true heavenly body, you can break through all the restrictions of the ancient code, because all sorts of ancient code powers are useless against you, because all of the ancient code powers are created by the heavens. If you cultivate the heaven body, if you are unable to overcome the heavenly tribulation, you will become the nourishment of the ancient code's power and will be tortured for a long time before your soul enters HLL. My father was like that. He left this short sword for me, so you'd better not cultivate, or else you'll have to prepare yourself. Other than that, you might also have to implicate the people around you.